I'm gonna just start like doing whatever, and it says I'm live, so I'm assuming that means I. Hello, hello, everyone. How are you? I got some strawberry hibiscus tea from a tea bag, and one second, I'm looking for this. I got some strawberry hibiscus tea from a tea bag, and they had some raspberry tea. Two for $5 at the stove, so I bought some raspberry tea for $5. So I poured a little bit of raspberry tea in the hibiscus, in the strawberry hibiscus tea. It's pretty good, but it was like full. So I'm surprised I didn't make a mess. Mm, mm-mm. Let's put that up there. Let's put that up there, shall we? So today I don't quite know what it is that I'm going to be doing. Why did this pop up? Don't quite know what it is I'm going to be doing, and I wasn't going to come live today, honestly. But I was laying in my bed, and I was like, "What am I about to do with my life, like today?" Like, because I was like, I kind of want to pull some cards, but I don't really have anything like a reason. I'm listening to my peaceful meditations playlist. I haven't listened to this playlist in a minute, if I'm being honest. Um, and someone was like, "Go live." I was like, "Okay, sure, why not?" Well, first I was like, "Go live," like really? He's like, "Yeah, go live." I was like, "You'll figure it out." I was like, "Okay, sure." So here we are. Sure. Okay. All right. Dreams have been really interesting lately. Um, really interesting. I was about to say, why don't these cards want to come out of the box? I was gonna do like two sprays, but I'm like, oops. I don't know. I guess I'm going with the flow. I'll let the cards tell me what to do. So I'm gonna shuffle both of these up. I got the Pride Tarot and the Wild Unknown Tarot. I'm gonna shuffle them up. I'm gonna pull a card off the top, and then I guess I'll just fill it out. I guess. Ooh, I can't not use cards. I love using cards. I feel like it puts energetic space between me and this situation. What's going on in my life? Things have been fairly quiet ish. I mean, a rest day turned into a whole rest week, if I'm being real honest. Ooh, the Nine of Swords. What's that about? Bottom of the deck is the the Ten of Swords. So things are de-escalating. Oh, with the Ten of Cups right here, and the Page of Swords, and the Sun card though. So hey, could be a Leo. So yeah, the Ten of Cups, Ten of Swords, Nine of Swords. This is interesting. I don't know why the Nine of Swords came out. This is completion of cycles, right? Two cycles are coming to a completion. But for this one coming to a completion, we got the nine here. So it's almost like there are two separate sword cycles, and one of them has been completed, but now it's time for another one to be. And the Ten of Swords in this deck, it's a little grotesque. It's a little grotesque in a lot of decks. Um, but the head and the body are separate. So it's almost like the heart is connecting the head and the body, maybe for the first time in a long time. And it's like when the heart connects the head and the body, Then there's the second cycle of, it's not reconciliation, but it's like the head and the body have to get on the same page again. And so this is the second sword cycle. Clarinda! Hello! Hi, Clarinda. So it's like the end of this separation cycle is over between the head and the body, bridged by the heart. But now the head and the body have to, like, it's like now that they've come together for the first time and maybe a long time, there's some other stuff that they need to kind of sort of take care of before it's cutting to the King of Pentacles and the Page of Swords. Um what's the word where you, like, it's not reconcile, but it's like they're coming together and they're taking stock to see like what needs to be addressed and how they move forward together. It's like, because it's like they've been separate for so long that, and then the Judgment card came out. There's the 20 for them 2 10s. I told y'all. Bottom of the deck is the 10 of Pentacles. Oh my gosh. 10 of pennies at the bottom of the deck. And this Judgment card flew out. So, hey, I'm loving that. What's at the top of the deck? Top of the deck is the Emperor. Well, this is that Judgment card. This is interesting energy. How are you doing today, Clarinda? I'm just on here not doing much. Well, I don't know what I'm doing yet, to be honest. So I guess I can't say I'm not doing much because I don't know what I'm doing. But yeah, it's like they're taking stock, they're taking inventory. It's almost like, there's a set of challenges that the body had to go through. And then there's a set of challenges that the mind had to go through. And it's interesting that the body and the head are separate in that deck because I've been getting all kinds of things lately. But one of the things that I came across yesterday was there was a thread on Twitter about like, hey, astrologers, what are some of your like nopes when it comes to astrology and or tarot? And the person was like, I'll go first. He said, mine is when people talk about the North Node as if it's something like that we should be striving for, right? And then he was like, as if there isn't like hundreds of years of information and tradition that, what's the word for something that's like different? Disputes it or refutes it. So in Vedic astrology, Rahu and Ketu, it's like, so Rahu is the head and Ketu is the body, right? And so in that card, we had the head separated from the body. And I did a little bit of research. Your days are so mixed up. What? I mean, he'll be okay though, right? I mean, yeah, I know. My days this week have been a little, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't help that I don't sleep too much nowadays. But they were like, if you go, it was like the head is, it's like sacrificing spiritual matters to get material gain. And then the body, or vice versa, because I can't remember. And then the body was like sacrificing material matters for spiritual gain. And that like to go hardcore either way would not necessarily be that great because as humans, we're supposed to do both. Thank you. Thank you, Brenda. My mom it's more function than form. But thank you. I'm kind of sort of getting used to it a little bit. I wasn't used to it for a while because I haven't seen myself with this, like with my hair this low in like years. Ever since I went to college, I was like, screw haircuts. I want to look like a wild caveman mad scientist. Like mad scientist, like is he like a mad scientist? Is he homeless? Does he care? That's my vibe. That's what I try to go for. Because it's just like, I don't know. I value comfort over everything. How long did it take her? It wasn't extremely long, but I'm not sure because I wasn't watching the clock. But she washed my hair first. So she washed my hair. twice. And then she conditioned it, and I sat in the chair for a little bit, and then she braided it. And I thought I was getting twists, but she just braided it. So, but yeah, I'm not sure. But it's interesting. So we had the heart sort of in that in between space. And so it's like there are challenges that we were supposed to go through on the material side, and then there are challenges that we're supposed to go through on the spiritual side to make this complete whole being, a wholer being, a holier being. Um, and it's led by the heart because the heart, it's almost like, so we start in the body, right? But it's almost like as the heart expands, and there are these like what do you call them, like veins and arteries and capillaries and anatomy stuff that grows up, and it connects the head, or it connects the body to the head when it attaches. And then as the two sort of reconcile whatever differences they have, or as the two sort of take inventory of like progress, it's like a status update type of thing. And as they do that, it like fleshes out the neck area, so you're like one whole being instead of like two separate ones, right? um so that's interesting. It's a lot, but so that's why it's like, we have these two sword cycles. One of them is complete. I think the head and the body, for whoever that resonates for, the head and the body are on the same page. But now there's like another, excuse me, there's another cycle of like, it's like, and then there's another sort of part where like the head has to, all of the words are escaping me today. Mercury is officially in Cancer. Yeah, she was so nice. She was so nice to do that for me. And I'm glad because I wanted to take them down so I could wash my hair again. I'm gonna try to leave them in for at least a good 2.5 to 3 weeks to honor the effort that she put in. But it's almost like all of my words are escaping me today. Mercury is officially in Cancer. I have a lot of sextiles in my chart right now, which is interesting. And then I have like a Neptune sextile, a Pluto sextile, and a Venus sextile with other sextiles. And I've been looking at my chart more lately, and like some stuff in my chart has like blown my mind, because it's like it's literally been there the whole time, but I never really like saw it, and it's interesting that I never saw it. You would love to see them twisted. I just wanted to get twists because it's like I don't like my hair being this flat. And if they would have been twisted, it would have been like I would have had more volume to my head. My hair wouldn't have been like this flat. So, that was the primary reason. But now that I'm starting to get used to it, it's like, I don't know, we'll see. Change is something that we got to get used to sometimes. But yeah, so it's like so on one hand, it's like, so there's this inventory that's being taken place. It's like there's this conversation now because the head and the body have been separate for so long. So there's this conversation, there's this inventory taking place. We're like checking whether we've hit certain milestones, whether we've completed certain challenges, whether we've learned certain lessons. But then also at the same time, I feel like there's a little bit of like recompense is the word that keeps coming to my mind, but I don't know if that's it. Hey Siri, define recompense. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah. No, thank you. That's so loud. So there is an element of like kind of sort of recompense between the two. It's almost like it's like, while they've been separate, the body has done things that the head wouldn't necessarily like. I don't want to say it wouldn't agree with, but the head would have done it in a different way, and the head has done some stuff that the body would have done in a different way. And so there's a lot of like conversation happening within the self, and so it's almost like, so I guess a lot of the external stuff is done, and I already put the cards away. But in that card, the moon is like a halo of 10 swords, right? And so like that's a lot of sort of like internal work. And then there were like someone's inner demons is what was like busting out of their chest and like had their organs all splayed out like ugh. But I feel like a lot of the external stuff is wrapping up or is complete to the point where we're doing if this resonates where we're doing a lot of the internal work. And so on the internal side is that nine of swords, it's the recompense, is the consolidation, is the inventory and stuff like that. And then that's going to be coming to a completion here pretty soon as well. And then with the 10 of cups there, it's almost like, something necessary to move forward with whatever fulfillment will be coming our way. Because it's like, if we don't have our head and our heart, or if we don't have our head and our body on the same page, it's going to be difficult to keep up with whatever is coming in. Oh, the star in the world. Look at that. The star in the world. It's going to be difficult to keep up with whatever's coming in because it's like it's going to be a situation that requires all of you. And we can't have all of you if you're still engaged in internal sort of disputes. Um, yeah. Okay. Ain't nothing coming out of this. Oh, well. Oh, is that the strength card? It is the strength card. All right. Okay. Oh, all right. Well, so the 10 of Wands, bottom of the deck is the 9 of Pentacles, which is all about the self, standing in self. And like, if you see these 9 Pentacles, like they're shielded by feathers, but they're still isolated from everything else. And it's quite dark in there and quite not dark outside. And then this 10 of Wands came out with these 5 cards, and they're in reverse. Because of course they're in reverse. Huh, we got 2 more 10s. Okay. So the 10 of Wands came out upright. The 10 of Wands is the only 10 that we haven't seen yet. The 10 of Swords, 10 of Cups, and the 10 of Pentacles all came out in the Pride Tarot. One second. Oh snap! That's a new phone. Oh, it's a new TV. Ooh, yes, HDR and 4K. Woo, 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 woo. Less than 24 hours. That's crazy. That's quick. It's been like months or a month since I placed an order on Amazon. Well, they're getting quicker now because my mom just placed an order earlier this week and it was like standard Prime shipping. So that got good. So the 10 of Wands is here now in a completely different deck. And the 10 of Wands, so these two, I feel like this is saying that there are some things that are, it looks like they're, okay. I don't know how to explain this, but the image is in my mind. It's like internally, we're kind of sort of glazing over things happening in our inner world. And it's almost like it's seemingly too chaotic right now. Hold up. Okay, so this could go one of two ways. The first way is like there's a lot of internal sort of turmoil and chaos and darkness. And there's a lot of hermiting going on right now, or lots of hermit energy. Whether people are actually doing it or not, there's lots of hermit energy in the air right now. And so it's like someone's getting lost in their darkness, and it's almost like they are mentally removing themselves from it. And so they're like glazing it over. They're gilding it, right? They're gilding it. It's like we're putting all of these like little gold pentacles on top of all of this to make it feel better or look better, right? And so there's like a glazing over and ignoring of everything going on. But the second way, it's like these are tangled wires, tangled cables. And so it's almost like some folks may have been unplugged for a second, because it's like, you know what, we're going to have to unplug everything, untangle the wires, and then plug it all back up. And this time when we plug it back up, we're going to sort of like, we're going to route the cables so we can avoid this mess again. And so it's like they're untangling all of this, and as you're untangling it, it's sort of freeing up room and space for a lot of processes to be streamlined. And then that's what's going to be leading to this sort of internal solidarity is the word that came to my mind, but I guess it could be in the sense of inner child healing and self-integration and stuff like that. The cards that came out are the Seven of Swords in reverse, the Ten of Swords in reverse, so there's that Ten of Swords again, the Five of Swords, the Daughter of Wands, and the Father of Wands, both in reverse. All of these fell out in reverse. This is an upright only deck, but they all fell out in reverse. And so oh wow. So I'm almost seeing this as like there is or are hidden parts of ourselves that exist within us, but that we're in hiding. And it's like these parts of ourselves were pinned down by, I mean, this is basically heavy inner child energy, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the inner child. It could be other things, but it's an inner child energy. So they've been pinned down. I don't even know what I'm going to title this. So they've been pinned down by a lot of things, right? And it's like they've been in a space. It's almost like a prison, but it's a prison with no bars. And it's almost like there's a specter or a ghost following. Can you see my air quotes? Yeah, you can. But it's just like a voice in your ear that whispers to your heart, that tells you to do one thing instead of another, right? But it's like every time it reaches out, it gets cut off. And so it hasn't been able to properly do whatever it needs to do. And so it stays hidden. Because it's like if it were discovered, then, you know, it would get 10 of Swords, or at the very least 5 of Swords, which is not much better. So it stays hidden. And then the Four of Swords is at the bottom of the deck now that I pulled the Nine of Pentacles. But then we have this Daughter of Wands and this Father of Wands. And this is interesting because both the daughter and the father have light wands. I know the mother has a dark wand. I think the son might have a dark wand too, but I can't remember. But they both have light wands. But it's almost like there's like this feeling of, yep, LOL. There's this feeling of, I don't want to say darkness is the power, but it feels like as you come more into yourself, then the wands will change color. Because right now it's like they've been like bleached or they've been blanched. What does that word mean? I don't know. Like with ranch dressing, like what? It's like they've been drained of all their power, and all the power is in the color on the outside, right? And so it's almost like when you come into yourself, then the color will change because it'll be like recharged. But this is a very defensive energy. And I don't think it's necessarily vicious, but this is an energy of someone who's become very good at manipulating their self. Someone who's become a master at manipulating themselves. Because just like you know how you have snake charmers? Well, you are the snake and the snake charmer. So, and that's going back to that like glossing over the stuff. It's like when you have a mess and you just put a rug on top of it to pretend like the mess isn't there. What do you say? Oh, snap. Oh, yeah, you can see him. Okay. I mean, it's probably less of a delay because I'm not on OBS today. I was just like not paying attention at that point, so I caught it late. But you can see my air quotes. Got it. That's interesting. I feel like one of the things that's been really nice, I guess, about my dreams lately is that in my dreams, in real life, but also in my dreams, there were a lot of things that I would used to do alone. A lot of things that I have done alone, but I don't have to do them alone anymore. So that's been really interesting. It's been it's been extremely interesting because I feel like I'm so much less stressed in dreams now because I have help. But yeah, it's been nice. Oh, this is so good. One second. Mm, I feel like I got a drop on my nose. But yeah, that's interesting. I wonder what it means. Cards. So yeah, it's like someone's gotten really good at. It's like there's it's like you're someone's gotten really good at maybe potentially shedding skin, but not peeling back any layers. And so there's this very surface level thing going on right now when it needs to go much, much, much deeper. But with this Nine of Swords here, it's like if this sheep were to suddenly realize that gravity is a thing and that there's nothing holding these swords up, would it still be able to remain as calm? Right? So it's like there's this growth, and it's not that the growth is bad, but it's like there's been a lot of growth, but it's in a direction that is not quite helpful. And it's like there are things that you could like transferable skills, right? Like there are things and lessons that you could take and apply to this new direction, but to go in this new direction, it would require the disruption of maybe the very thing holding somebody together right now. And that's why this energy that's kind of sort of trapped here, that's why this energy doesn't reach out too far. Because, like, not only does it know that it'll get cut off, but this is 15, everything that came out is swords. So this is 22 swords. Master number 22. Somebody just said master number 22 in a video I watched. 7, 5, right? Because that's 17, 22. Yeah. This is 22 swords. It's like, so someone would have to go through two cycles, two complete cycles, and then because that two of swords doesn't necessarily feel like decision. That two of swords feels like an ability to keep everything maintained. So someone would, and like 22 swords in reverse at that, right? Um, and so yeah, that's why I feel like whatever this energy is, it doesn't reach out too much because at least for now, it's almost like it would do more harm than good. But also at the same time, it's like taking the long, slow, and subtle approach isn't necessarily working either. And then there's the Seven of Cups, where we just had the Seven of Swords. It's like there's someone who's still attached to illusion. I mean, it's an extremely collective energy, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be anyone in here or anyone who will watch this video. Apparently, not apparently, but it's very fragile. That's what I'll say. Because there's a lot going on beneath the surface, and the ice is very, very thin. So that's why it's like I feel like the time to do a lot of that would have been before we reached this point, because it's almost like things are just hectic enough. I mean, but look, there's the Fool and the Seven of Swords, so maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, it's very fragile right now. It's like there are Loch Ness monsters, creatures of the deep. Um, I mean, there's also like buried treasure, but there's also like krakens and giant squids and orcas and everything else in the water. But it's like it's frozen over. There's a very thin layer of ice, so it's extremely fragile, but it's frozen over. So from a distance, it looks still. And it's like with the daughter of Wands in reverse going to the father of Wands in reverse, it's almost like that. It's a subtle sense. It's not subtle. It's a false sense of security, or not a false sense of security. It's just like someone's gotten very, very good at living on thin ice. And so it's like they don't party too much. They don't step too loudly. They don't ruffle too many feathers. They don't make too much noise. They just kind of sort of like stay in the same patterns. But at the same time, it's like they're shedding their skin, but they're not peeling back any layers. And so it's like you shed your skin, but then it's like the same skin grows right back. It's like you're peeling layers, but you're not getting any closer to the center. Oh, there's that Seven of Cups again. Okay, so some cards fell out, and the Seven of Cups is back at the bottom of the deck. So I guess this is a continuation. The Six of Swords and the Star. Okay, all right, all right, all right. The Six of Swords and the Star. And then we have the Seven of Cups, and under the Seven of Cups is the Ace of Wands. And we just saw. See, this is what I'm talking about. You see how like this wand has some color in it. The wand on the queen, not the queen. The wand on the daughter and the father had no color, so it's almost like it's depleted. Like there's no power in that wand. But with the Seven of Cups, you see how like it's like this is all below the surface. So the light is actually below the surface. The gold, the treasure. I mean, of course, you gotta if it's sunken treasure, you gotta go to the bottom of the ocean. And sunken treasure doesn't float. So you gotta go all the way down to the bottom. You can't go like, partly down and think that you hit treasure because like it doesn't float, right? It's not like you go like 5 feet deep and then it's just floating there when you got like 15 more feet to go. And that's why it's like it's not, and again, because there's a feeling where it's like the growth and the change is not inconsequential, but at the same time, it's not necessarily enough. And so it's like you hit this 5 foot floor looking for your treasure, but it's like you got to go 15 feet deeper to really get the sun. And then it's like one out of every 6 cups will actually go that deep, right? But of that one, it's like a third of the way there because it's between the first and the second one. And then after the fourth one, you still got a little bit to go. And not only do you have to dive down here to get the treasure, and then look, after this Ace of Wands is this Two of Swords. And behind the Two of Swords is the Two of Pentacles. Behind the Two of Pentacles is the Ten of Pentacles. So this is that Two of Swords I was talking about. It's like even if you do it, like you have to go down, get the treasure, and then you have to go back up because you can't live underwater and gold doesn't spend underwater. You would have to dive down, get the treasure, bring it back up, then take it to shore, go wherever you want with it. And so with the Six of Swords and with the Star card, yeah, I mean, look. Oh, okay. All right. This is a very interesting Six of Swords. So you see how in the Star card it's light on the bottom, dark up top, and then on the Six of Swords it's dark on the bottom, light up top. It's like there's a rainbow here, but for as far as you can see, I mean it's still like this dark-ish forest with 6 swords on the ground. This feels like an energy of someone who's just like giving up. It's like you go 5 feet. See, and then the thing also about diving that deep is you have to be prepared. And so that's another reason why it happens in stages. Because you don't want to get, what do they call it? It's not the fits. Is it the fits? No, it's not. There's the thing, it's like when you dive deep, because the concentration of oxygen gets lower as you dive. I'm trying to remember. I've never ever been like scuba diving or anything, but I'm trying to remember. It's something to do with gas in the water. I believe it's like as you dive deeper, the concentration of oxygen and the water gets lower and lower and lower. And so when you come back up, it's like if you come back up too quickly, then your body is gonna like flood with oxygen, and then something bad happens, and they call it something. Um, so yeah, it's just like hiking up the Himalayas, or it's just like ascending in elevation. Descending in elevation is the same. And so it happens in stages for you to get accustomed and accommodated to it. Like you can't go, I mean, you could, but a lot of people wouldn't survive it. If you go all the way down and then come all the way back up, right? And so it's like it happens in stages. You go 5 feet, you acclimate, go 5 more feet, you acclimate, go 5 more feet, you acclimate, go 5 more feet, find the treasure, and then you come back up. But even when you come back up, if you come back up too quickly, then something happens. I can't remember what they call it. Um, but it basically has something to do with the concentration of gas in the water and the pressure differences at the same time. Um, and that's the same thing with going up in elevation, right? You could get altitude sickness because the air gets thinner, but then the pressure is also different at the same time as well. Um, and so there's an element of pressure, and oxygen is related to the breath, is related to the spirit, right? And so it's like you have to give your body time to acclimate. Oh my gosh, ascension symptoms. Okay. That took a while. You have to give your body, your vessel, enough time to acclimate because if you flood the system, it could shut down. But while you're acclimating, it's like, you could experience discomfort. And once that discomfort diminishes or goes away, then you've acclimated enough to go even deeper or to go even higher, right? That, I guess, in a way, that could be ascension symptoms. It's that acclimation period where it's like your body, your vessel is preparing itself to hold more light. to access more of your soul. I know it's extremely like woo woo or whatever. You know what? One of the things that I've learned about myself or that I've noticed about myself when I first started, I would wait for like confirmation from somebody else before I said anything. Or like if there was something that I was thinking about, I would wait until I heard somebody else say it to be like, okay, I'm not the only one. And like not only do I not do that anymore, there are also times when I feel like, if I didn't necessarily agree or if I had a different interpretation of some things going on than other people, I wouldn't necessarily say anything. I would just keep my interpretations to myself. But also, I'm not afraid to just be like, I don't feel it that way for me. So I just noticed that I've grown in that way, which I'm like, okay, that's really cool. That's really awesome. But yeah, and so that's kind of sort of what it is, I guess, or what it can be. That's one of the many things that it could be. Because, I mean, energetically, the third dimension is very dense. And as you go up, it gets less dense. But so it's like, as you go up, the frequency increases, which means the vibration increases, right? And it's almost this energy of like, if you didn't give the body time to acclimate to that frequency, then if it came into a vessel, it's like when an opera singer shatters a glass with her voice. It vibrates too much and then it just shatters, right? Like that would be your body if all of this light just came right down into you. It just like it's like it would atomize. It would like break all of the molecular bonds in your body and you just be I don't know, a cloud of atoms floating in the air or something. And so it's like you have to give it time to acclimate and adjust to that new higher frequency so that it doesn't fall apart because it's very dense and it's very rigid. And with anything too rigid, if you shake it too much, problems happen, like earthquakes. Was this all? I never know what I'm supposed to do, but I did not expect this at all. Bottom of the deck is that Father of Pentacles, so I'm going to go ahead and pull the top card. Uh, I was right. Okay. Oh no, I got to shuffle this again because I put so the Emperor. Well, I'm gonna give this one more shuffle. I'm gonna keep the Emperor out. I forgot I put the Emperor back at the top of the deck before I did that. So maybe I'll call this the Theory of Ascension. But yeah, there's something and it's not even the ego that's fragile, honestly. It's something. It's like it's a mental thing. We'll do one more, and then in half. Boom. The Four of Swords. Bottom of the deck over here is the Five of Wands. Bottom of the deck over here is the Father of Pentacles. I'm actually going to head to the restroom really quick because I guess I drank too much water and Sprite before I had that tea. So it was probably not a great idea. All right, I'm back. That was a while. Sorry. I did wash my hands. just feel like I need to clarify for some reason. So there's the father, or here's the son of wands. So the son of wands and the mother of wands, both of their wands are dark. So I was right about that. And then we have this four of swords that came out with the emperor over here. So I don't know where this is going. I don't know. I don't know where this is. Is there an intersection here? Okay, this is a journey of remembrance. That was easy. A journey of remembrance. This is a journey of remembrance and recollection. And I say that because, like, we have the emperor with this four of swords. So here's someone with a lot of power, but in this space of peace and rest and recuperation. And then we have the son of wands over here. And that's why it's like, it's a journey of reclaiming all of what this is. And I was looking at that because I'm like, what is that? Right? This is interesting. I kind of want to. One second. I kind of want to do something off of that last thing. But I would have to write it down because I'm not great at remembering things. And then I'll forget. I'm like, what was this again? This is interesting. Potentially. Not potentially, it is interesting. It's very interesting. I don't know what this is going to be. A little Rambo. Ace of Swords and the Ten of Cups. Okay. We'll take that. I was going to talk about something. Ooh, the world in that Ace of Swords. All right. I want to give this a cut. Give it a 3 cut. Then a shuffle. There's the devil and the Six of Pentacles. If you give to the devil, you grow in the dark. It's like the story of, like, there are two wolves inside of us, one of good and one of evil, and they're engaged in this internal war or conflict or whatever, right? And then you're like, well, which one wins? And it's like the one that you feed, of course. Okay, I'll give this one more. I'm loving shuffling this deck. It's like shuffling up pretty nice lately. There's that Wheel of Fortune. How do I want to do this? See, I don't think I can do this generally. So, and that's the reason why I said at whatever point, like, it's not for us to get complacent in the growth and in the healing that we've already done, because there's still more to do. And it's like a bonus level is being unlocked right now, or has been unlocked. And so it's so interesting because, I mean, I talked about it on, I was going to say on this channel, but it was my Legacy channel. So, but Queen Cup in her Pisces February video, March, in the March video for Pisces, it was the March video. In the March video for Pisces, she's talking about how everyone's in submarines and everyone's diving down to reclaim their Ace of Swords truth. And it's almost like, I don't know if you've ever played. I use a lot of video game references. That's how it comes to me because it's my experience. And I know that that is not universal. So I try my best to explain it. But it's almost like Pokemon Go, or it's like a video game. Whenever you get enough people who show up. Ooh, okay, what was that? Bottom of the deck is the Hermit, Le Hermite. Whenever you get enough people who show up to an event, then it's like it triggers a different This Four of Swords again. The Four of Swords and the Seven of Wands. I mean, this is look pretty either or to me. Oops. Either you going Seven of Wands it, or you going Four of Swords it. But which is which? I don't know. Ooh, okay. I just cut to the Pride card, and so I'll do this for it because why not? And I'll put the um, Wild Unknown Tarot under, and then I'll put the Pride Tarot on top. All right. But it's like whenever enough people show up to an event, it triggers a different set of circumstances. It's like the boss gets harder, or there's like this secret kind of sort of whatever, right? Because it's like if there weren't enough people, then it would be too difficult for it to be accomplished. But since enough people showed up, it's like, okay, we're going to increase the difficulty. And the people who participate get rewards. And because there are many different people, oh my gosh, this is the Atmas. This is the Atmas. Or the Atmas. I was going to talk about it, but I didn't. But here it is again. It's something like it, at least. Something like it. So it's like, the people who participated in it get rewards. And since there are people of many different levels participating, it kind of sort of scales to your contribution, right? And so, all right, this is nice and shuffled. It scales to your contribution. So with everyone diving deep, with literally everybody, in some ways, 10 of Wands at the bottom of the deck, we've all had that sort of 10 of Wands moment in our lives, I guess, where we can look at sort of the environment and we can kind of sort of ask ourselves if it's something that we want or not. So I'm going to give this, when I stop shuffling this, or whenever something comes out, whatever comes out will clarify this card as the sort of setting overall energy. And as soon as the first cards come out, I'm just going to pull the 6 off the top of the deck because I ain't doing anything fancy. I'm just making that intention known. So fall appropriately. So it's like, you get not only based on your participation, but also based on your level, but mostly based on your participation. And so it's like with everyone diving down collectively and with everyone sort of in this hermit mode more collectively because a lot of the lockdown stuff and because of everything else that is still going on in the midst of a global pandemic. It's like there's been this extra difficulty, this extra level that's been unlocked. And so that's why it's like even if you were at a solid state before, there's still more to do. And so for anybody to get complacent is, I don't know why the word reckless just came into my mind. It's reckless. Okay. But I guess I can understand it because of the human ego and because of how fragile it is. So it is kind of reckless. But at the same time, it's like there are different people at different levels, at different points in different stages, with different paths and different outcomes using different tools. And so it's not, and I guess that is kind of sort of South Node in Sagittarius, because there is no like one solution for everybody. There is no one philosophy that will maybe even work for more than 10 people. I mean, okay, a lot of stuff is, we see general readings and there are thousands of people who watch these readings sometimes. And so I'm not going to say that 10 people is too many. But with the South Node being in Sagittarius, I feel like there's this tendency to say, this is what's happening, this is what's going on, and this is what to pay attention to. But with the North Node in Gemini, it's extremely personal. And I mean, things always play out in different ways. But I don't know. I guess this is kind of sort of related to the reason why I've been feeling like it's been very important for us to get in touch and tune with our own intuition and our own internal guidance, because that's what's really going to be validating things right now or directing. Um, so this is what I'm talking about. Cool. Did not expect this. Um, so yeah, and it's like different people are gonna do things in different ways, and it's gonna unlock different doors. And there is almost a sense of pivot, and I guess that's what I was trying to, or what I kind of sort of felt earlier, is that like the growth that we've been doing, and again, it's not that it's inconsequential. Oh, the first card came out. Ooh, hoo, 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 8 of Wands. It's time to begin. I'll put these face down. So this is going to be life. This is going to be healing. This is going to be sunlight. This is nature. This is serenity. This is spirit. Bottom of the deck is that Sun of Swords. It's a call to action. Okay. Oh, this could be an activation. There's an activation and then a call to action. So again, it's not that, and now I'm going to do the same thing with the Pride Tarot because the Pride Tarot goes on top. But I'm actually going to read I guess I'll flip them over because I'll read the Wild Unknown before I read the Pride Tarot. I kind of want to grab the SKT. I knew I should have grabbed the SKT before I started because I was like, I know I'm going to want to use these at some point. So I'm actually going to grab those now, and then I'll do the Pride Tarot. What's at the bottom of the deck? Ooh, the Queen of Swords at the bottom of the deck where that knight was. So she's issuing the directive. And the Queen of Swords is Libra, which is the masculine side of Venus, which could be the aspect of Venus that kind of sort of takes charge as Venus is retrograde right now. Could be. But anyway, so it's not like the growth and the healing that we've done up until now isn't consequential, but it's almost, and it's not misleading or misdirected or misguided. Excuse me, but it's like there's a pivot. Like there was a turn in the road that maybe a lot of people didn't see coming, that maybe a lot of people still don't see. And I don't know, but then again, it's different for everybody. So take it as it resonates. But that's one thing that's sort of like misguiding. That's why it's glazed over. That's why it's 9 of Pentacles when it's actually 10 of Wands. And so this is a little bit different than the case of those who may have an aspect of themselves or an aspect of whatever that has been reaching out in ways, or that has been trying to guide us or direct us in certain ways, but hasn't been able to because of fear of what breaking the ice would do. Well, now I want to grab the Wild Unknown Archetypes. It's like I see these energies. And then it's like, oh, I want to grab the deck and see what's around it. But I just recently reached a point. It's like just because like you pick up on the energy doesn't mean you have to go looking for it every single time. You can just feel it. You don't have to. Anyway, I talk to myself a lot. I talk to myself out loud sometimes. And my mom, she be like talking about me, but it's like I got too much stuff going on in my mind to always like keep it inside. Plus, if I'm trying to process something, if I think it, that's only one sense involved. If I think it and then speak it and then hear it, that's like 2 more senses in a way. And so it's easier for me to catch things that are sort of off. Because, it's like the energy of like, oh, that was a good idea, but I guess I didn't think it all the way through. That's why I talk it out sometimes, even if it's just with myself. Because when I hear it, I can be like, oh, wait, that didn't sound right. Even though in my head it sounded a lot different. It's the exact same energy. Okay. Ooh. All right. So now we're going in with the SKT. The Seeker is the card that pops out. And these actually go under. No, they go above. They go above. Okay. Nice. So this is life, healing, sunlight, nature, serenity, and spirit. Bottom of the deck is the Six of Cups, Memory Keeper. I love that. We have the Memory Keeper and the Son of Swords. Ooh, that almost hurt. So it's a little bit different because this time it's almost like a pivot, right? And again, it's because when this bonus situation unlocked, the completion criteria changed, right? It's like, whereas maybe we thought we were conquering one thing, we're actually conquering another. Where when we thought things were plain and simple and laid out, they've just gotten a lot more complicated. But some people will handle the complications a lot better than other people. And again, there's an energy of a pivot, it's a shift, but it's very subtle. Not extremely, but it can be. And so without that internal guidance, and it takes me back to Abraham and Isaac on the mountain, and I can't remember where I was talking about that. That had to be for one of the, well, it didn't have to be, but I think it was for one of the retrograde stories on one of the zodiac signs. I don't know. But it's like, an angel told Abraham to go to the mountain with Isaac, to take Isaac up the mountain, and then to sacrifice Isaac. And then before Abraham sacrificed Isaac, the angel told Abraham not to sacrifice Isaac. And it's like, well, if Abraham would have been like, okay, so you told me to do this, which led to that, and then you told me to do that, and that led to something else, and you told me to do that other thing. Now you're telling me not to do the thing that I did all of this for. And it's like, yeah. And then it's like Abraham was like, well, something about that doesn't make sense. So I'm going to go ahead and sacrifice Isaac because that's what you told me to do in the beginning. And that's literally the reason why I came all the way here with Isaac, even though he didn't know what was up. And the angel's like, so you listened to us and trusted us all this way, but now just because like things shift or move or there's a change in direction, like what? And Abraham's like, yeah, like, when something don't seem right, and I'm gonna do what the original plan was. And then the angel's like, that would be a mistake. And Abraham was like, I don't think it would be because three signs pointed me in this direction, and now you're telling me to go somewhere else. That doesn't make sense. And the angel's like, humans. But yeah, it's almost that same energy. It's like, we were growing and evolving. In some ways, it's because the things that used to motivate us, we needed to motivate us to reach this point. And now that we've reached the point, and it's just like when I drew out the thing and did the smooth curve instead of the zigzag, um, like things are changing, things are moving, things are evolving. And there's a pivot, there's a shift. And there are going to be some people who kind of sort of listen. That's why, like, internally, I feel like it's just important. I mean, I've been saying it for a minute, so kind of feeling a bit like Cassandra at this point. Just playing. Um, was she the one that warned them of the Trojan horse, or no? Was that somebody else? So there's a prophetess in Greco-Roman mythology somewhere who always had these visions, and I believe one of the goddesses or gods didn't like her ability. I can't remember exactly how it played out, but for some reason she was like always right, but people never listened to her. Or maybe they did, but then the gods or goddesses like were upset with her ability or something. It's like basically something needed to happen to set events in motion, and she foresaw the outcome. But since they needed to happen anyway, no one believed her. And I believe she prophesied that the horse would start the war, and nobody believed her. And so the whoever brought the Trojans the Trojan horse, or did the Trojans? take the horse to like Athens or something. I don't remember. It was that was like high school for me. Okay. Somebody gave somebody a horse and it had soldiers inside of it, and then they went ham after they got led it into the gates. I believe her name was Cassandra, though. People didn't listen to her. She was like, people never listen to me. Okay. All right. I'm just start here. I'll give it one more and then I'll start. So no card here, but I guess the card is the pride card. And so I'm going to slide these under. That's life. This is healing, sunlight, nature, serenity, and spirit. Serenity is such a pretty name. Bottom of the deck is the Four of Cups. So we got the Six of Cups, the Knight of Swords, and the Four of Cups. The Knight of Swords is going in the direction of the Six of Cups, leaving this Four of Cups, which is all about that inner child stuff again. It's like it is, but it isn't. It is because it is, but it isn't because there's more. But it's like the inner child is one of the gatekeepers or one of the milestones along this journey. Take everything I say as it resonates. I don't know where I'm going with this. I mean, I do, but take it as it resonates for you. I'm just a dude talking on the internet. So yeah, the Six of Swords. Okay, I'll just pick them up to show y'all. Oh, there's the Star card, the Son of Cups, and the Emperor. What? The Emperor makes another appearance in a different deck. So you see the Son of Swords, Knight of Swords, going from the Four of Cups to the Six of Cups. This is that sort of complacency. This is the thin layer of ice that we don't even dare dance upon because it's like we think it's sturdy, but we know that it isn't. Even though we think it is, like deep down, we know that if we do too much, the ice would break. But it's like leaving that zone, that realm of comfort to seek the truth of what lies beneath with the Six of Cups. Six of Cups is Scorpio energy. Four of Cups is Cancerian energy. So it's like we're leaving the surface of the water and we're diving deep. But there's this opportunity to see things as they are in a purer sense before they were sort of, I don't want to say corrupted, but before they were distorted. Before they were, I don't want to say matured, conditioned. Before they were conditioned. There we go. Okay. That's a word I can use, I guess. But also the Six of Cups is about rewriting our story. Or that's how I'm feeling the Six of Cups lately. And I'm getting like huge divine intervention vibes from the Eight of Wands lately. So we have this divine intervention that comes because of what was being sought after. Some people were seeking things and they didn't necessarily know how it would play out. Or they didn't know what it would look like. And it's like, this is what it looks like. Are you still going to do all of the things that you've been saying that you will do? Even when the things that you do change in some way or another? And it's like sometimes you do have to take a step back to, again, it's like, there's this inventory and this recompense that's happening between potentially many different aspects of ourselves. But it's all led and connected to the heart. It's all led by and connected to the heart. Okay, so when it comes to life, first we're going to do Venus. Life is giving us the Five of Cups. Actually, I'm going to do it the other way. I'm going to do it bottom up. Archangel of Healing when it comes to life. Archangel of Healing. So the Archangel of Healing is the King of Cups energy, right? And so the King of Cups is all about an emotional stability that is able to withstand the turmoils and trials of the world at large. The King of Cups is Scorpionic energy. So that's Six of Cups energy, right? But it's like Scorpio is fixed water. So it's like whenever you have movement in a body of water, whenever you have waves, it's like the push and pull of the waves only goes so deep, right? It's like if you go down far enough, the water is still and it doesn't move. And that's the space of that King of Cups. It's to be unmoved by the things moving around him. And it's not being unmoved in a way that is distant or nonchalant or stoic. That's the word I was looking for. It's not unmoved in a stoic way, but it's unmoved in a grounded, centered, and balanced way. In a way that understands cycles and the push and pull of nature. It understands tides, it understands connection, and it understands divine reasoning in a way that the other kings don't necessarily. And divine reasoning, a large part of that is like, sometimes some things happen for our benefit, even if it doesn't look like it in the moment. Sometimes things have to be so ugly and so dark for them to be addressed. Because it's like if there's a problem or an issue that isn't a serious issue, then there would be like no reason to upgrade or fix anything. And that's also kind of a space that I don't want to get too far into a lot of stuff, but Sag North nodes, I guess I'm going to do it. Um, it's almost like planned obsolescence is the norm nowadays. And it's like, people say like, back in the day you could buy a whatever and it will last you at the least 50, 60 years. But it's like now people make stuff and like they're going to be replaced within the span of, 6 months to 3 years. And it's kind of sort of true in a lot of areas. And it's like things really aren't built to last nowadays because if they are, like, how would you sell more? Right? It's almost this space of like if things were built with integrity, then to sell new versions of things, you would actually have to have something to improve upon them. And it's also the kind of sort of the same argument along the lines of some supposedly, I want to say supposedly of some pharmaceuticals where it's like, okay, so you're solving this, but then you're coming up with like, you're giving me all of these side effects to then turn around and sell me a different drug. So I'm taking a cocktail of like 5 to 10, some covering the side effects of others because like y'all need to sell medicine. And if I'm not sick, I don't need it. It's like people creating problems to sell a solution. It's kind of sort of that energy somewhere. I forgot where I was going with this. Oh yeah, because the King of Cups is fixed water. And so it's like, back when things were built to last, and maybe that's another reason why, because like people have always compared themselves to other people, but it seems that things have gotten especially bad nowadays with the advent and rise of social media. And if it comes to like trolls and bullying and stuff like that, I understand it. But I guess one of the things that I don't necessarily understand about people is when they'll say that they delete social media because of the pressures that they get from other people to live up to a certain thing. Because in my mind, I'm like, like just when I go, like exactly how, like if I go see a movie or if I watch a TV show or if I read a book, like if something is obviously fake or fiction, then like I may like, especially if it's like a fantasy, whatever, right? I may be like, man, I wish my life had a little bit more magic in it or whatever. But I don't look at my life and like compare it to that because I know that what's being like shown is fake. Like I feel like it's pretty common knowledge that a lot of the models that model on TV and wherever aren't what they actually look like. Like in real life, they're not all of that. And if they're anywhere near that, it's because of all of the work and time and preparation that goes into it. A lot of them aren't naturally like that, unless some of them have made a career out of their natural beauty. Then it's like, okay, then they would be, right? But it's like, I don't look at them and be like, I mean, that's me personally. I get it. I understand that even if you are aware and cognizant of the fact that something isn't real, that it can still sort of affect you, especially if this image of something that isn't real becomes a societal standard, then that's 100% understandable. But that standard is going to be there regardless of whether you observe it or not, like everyone else is. And so it's almost like, I guess in a way, it's like it could be, I don't want to say reclaimed, but with that understanding, your relationship with the platform could change. Like it was in like what, high school? Maybe it was around like a bunch of people talking about like, or maybe it started in high school, but it went into college the first few years. It was like, people don't care about the food you eat, people don't care about you having a baby, people don't care about this or that in your life. And I was like, well, if nobody cares what anyone else posts on social media, then I'm gonna just post whatever I want on my Facebook. I'm gonna use it as a place to dump all of my random ideas. And then Facebook, for me, I did a Facebook fast or something like that. And I had a Twitter from a speech class I took in high school. And I was like, well, I'm not using Facebook because I don't want to be on Facebook. But then I started using my Twitter a little bit more to dump all of this stuff that I wasn't putting on Facebook. And now I think I kind of sort of want to get back to that on my Twitter, low key, honestly, because it was fun. And I miss doing that. But I guess I do some of it live now for people to watch or not. Um, but yeah, the King of Cups would be that energy that is able to be in the arena, but to be unaffected by all of the chaos of it. Because again, there's sort of a deeper understanding of the undertow. And when you understand the undertow, your relationship with it changes. And so when it comes to life, it's like the same thing. Like your relationship with life changes as you come into this deeper level of understanding. And it's almost like, so again, it's like, let's say there's a 5, 10, 15 that people could have been on to simplify the levels to, I don't want to say levels, to spirituality. There's a 5, a 10, and a 15. I guess a 0, and then like you can go above ground, like you can live on the mountain, you can live on a mountaintop when we're talking about going beneath sea level, so it goes much higher. But as far as depth goes, and then what is high, what is low. It's like there's a 0, 5, 10, 15. So there are people who are in various spaces in between, right? But it's almost like since we've come to this space now, there's a 20. And if you get caught in the game of comparisons, it could be enough encouragement to stay where you are instead of proceeding and progressing further, challenging yourself more, right? And then it's like 20 is where the real treasure lies, but you still have to take the treasure from the floor of 20 back up to the surface. And it reminds me of that diving block. I still don't know why I did that. I think I talked about it in the Cancer retrograde story. It was like the block at the bottom of the well. That was, oh my gosh. But with this Archangel of Healing, it's like there's an ability to, it's almost like it's seeded, SEEDED, like it's seeded a deeper curiosity with that magnificent goblet. Look at that goblet. Look at that thing. Look at that cup. Imagine the mysteries it holds. But it's like you see that science happening right there, and then we have the seeker that comes out, right? Oh, this is gonna be so long. I still got 5 more piles to do, but it's fine. It's fine. The people who watch this will watch this, and the people who won't. And what's important, mostly, is that I say everything I need to say and that I'm supposed to say. So my conscience can be clear. I have done my work. I almost wish I would have got unsalted peanuts instead of honey roasted. But I find I enjoy honey roasted more. So whenever I'm eating like a dry roasted peanut, I kind of sort of wish it was honey roasted, but I also appreciate the dry roasting. Anyway, things go much deeper. And again, it's like this is a bonus event So even if you're at a 5, even if you're at a 0, even if you're at a negative 20, which means you're like on as deep as you should go, you're on the opposite end. To participate in any way is to receive reward at the end. And it's like, of course, the people who are at a comparable whatever potentially have the ability to go further, maybe because they trust a little more, they have a little more faith, they're willing to step outside the box, maybe because they're listening and they act, potentially. But anyone who participates gets something, right? Then the trap of the ego comes in afterwards, but that's on you regardless. Some people can't have social media even when they know it's all fake. Some people can, and then some people use it for different things, right? Okay, I'm not gonna bludgeon that to. Okay, wrong choice of words. I'll move on. Here's this daughter of wands. This daughter of wands came back out. So the daughter of wands is the page of wands, and the page of wands speaks to brand new desires. She's in a shape of an 8, which could be infinity, right? And then there's this moment when the wand is behind her, but it's in front of her everywhere else. And so there's a sort of grip or grasp or hold that she has on the situation. One second. There's a certain grip or grasp that she has on the situation. Oh, this is a page 2.0. Okay. Because she's going to pivot. This daughter of wands is going to pivot, right? I love that. I haven't felt the page. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. She's a page now. But like I said, like things are also accelerated right now. It's almost because there are positions that need to be filled. And so a lot of the training processes are shorter, but because they're shorter, they're a lot more intense. Because it's like, even if we need these positions filled, we don't have time to have people in these areas and situations that would create more chaos and drama and hassle when approached instead of the opposite, because we're in the business of helping people, I guess. I don't know why I said it like that. I'm sorry. But this is about life. And so, like I said, when you do that level of healing, your relationship with life changes. Her relationship with life has changed, right? We went from the daughter, like the daughter went from being in reverse to the father in reverse to now the daughter is back upright so she could turn into something else. She might turn into a bird for all we know. I mean, the Son of Cups was here. Oh, wait. Look, there we go. She might turn into a bird. The wine might turn into a sword. And then we have the Son of Cups who is also, oh my gosh. What? Crazy. At the bottom of the deck, the Son of Swords, the Son of Cups, and the Son of Pentacles. The Knight of Swords, Knight of Cups, Knight of Pentacles. 3 sons at the bottom of the deck. And then here's this daughter. And they're all different suits, too. Oh, well, my AirPods are about to die. Give me a second. I don't even know where the case is. No! It should have been. Oh, it's right here. It was literally right next to me. I was eating some peanuts. Welcome back. I just had I had a few peanuts left in the thing, so I just ate a few of them. So the suits change, and under that Son of Swords is under the Son of Pentacles is this Father of Swords. And then under this Father of Swords is the Wheel of Fortune. So, oh, so look at his sword. Oh goodness. Okay, I still got 5 more to go. So you see that bolt? This bolt is a thing. There was also a bolt on the Father of Wands. You probably saw it, but yeah, there was a bolt on the Father of Wands, but he was in reverse. And so it's like maybe his wand got a recharge, and now it's illuminating other things. And you see the different shadows as different paths. We have all 4 elements represented between sons and daughters, children of the element, who it's like a new generation. That's why I said it's like inner child, but the inner child is like a gateway because it goes deeper. And then it also matures at the same time. It's very interesting. Oh, I mean, go ahead. I mean, I guess it's your choice either way. But it's like this is sort of different paths that kind of sort of lead to. Some of them lead to the center if you follow the same path. You can sort of hit a few different areas, or you can kind of sort of get lost just going around the wheel, right? And then we have this Father of Swords after that recharge, which is about perceptions and actions. But yeah, it was just interesting that all 3 of these sons were just chilling together at the bottom of the deck. So it's like I've said, she could become a bird, she could become a deer. Who knows? She can become anything she wants to. But that's also the beauty of the snake. It's like once she sheds her skin, she's not obligated to be the same creature that she once was. And with this deep of a level of healing, sort of granted by this archangel of healing, it comes with this ability to reset. And again, like this is our relationship with life itself and aspects of life. And there's almost a sense of like the time for seeking things. It's not that the time for seeking things is over, but the time for doing things is now. South Node Sagittarius, North Node Gemini. It's time for action. It's time to start doing stuff. And it's time to start making choices. And it's time to start making decisions. Even though Gemini, I feel like can be just as indecisive as any other mutable sign. It's time to start deciding and acting. And this is something that we learn and master by experience more so than anything. And now here we have this card at the top, this 5 of Cups. And I feel like the 5 of Cups just it kind of sort of mentions the fact that a lot of people kind of sort of won't necessarily take this up. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, but that speaks. It's like either you'll come into that page 2.0 energy or you won't, right? And so, 1 second. Oof. Ooh. with this Five of Cups, it's almost like it speaks to where our attachments are, where our attachments lie. If we're more attached to the past, if we're more attached to the hurt, if we're more attached to the pain, if we're more attached to the story that has been narrated for us, that has been created for us, that we've just kind of sort of been a character in. If we're more attached to the need for structure and control, right? Because that's where the South Node just was. South Node was just in Capricorn, which was kind of sort of like needing other people to tell you what to do, needing other structures in your life to provide this sort of path for you. Whereas with the North Node in Cancer, it was all about sort of getting that spiritual connection and filling it out yourself. And then with the nodes shifting into Gemini, it's about, I don't know, doing something and maybe everything. I feel like Gemini is a very trial and error type energy, whereas Sagittarius is an extremely like hypothesis, rehypothesize, triple, like, checking your hypothesis multiple times before you even get to the testing. And it's like if you have too many hypotheses, if you have too many variables changing at the same time, how do you know like what is what? Right? One second. Hold up. All right, okay, so I'm back now. Sorry about that, guys. I was talking to my brother about some stuff that he's going through, apparently because of people on the internet just trying to get people. So I got this email like last summer, and he got the email this year. Well, his was different, but I got this email that was like, "We hacked your computer. Here is your password to prove whatever." And I was like, "That looks like a password I would use," but I literally don't remember what that website is for. And they was like, "Send us $14,000 in Bitcoin or else." I was like, first of all, this is obviously fake. If it ain't fake, post it. I don't care. I ain't sending y'all a dime. And nothing ever happened. Anyway, so beware of scammers that will try to take advantage of the fear that is already present in whatever or that could be perceived as present in whatever to take advantage of you. Um, good eye. Good eye, Clorinda. Nice to see you here. Okay. So yeah, with this Five of Cups, it's like someone it's knowing where our attachments are. And knowing that this is probably going to be a little difficult because this is more scorpionic energy. The Five of Cups. So we got the Four of Cups, the Five of Cups now, and then the Six of Cups. So this speaks to depth, right? Now, in the overalls, at the bottom of the decks, it skips from 4 to 6. Emily, what girl? Where you come from? Hold up, I gotta see what this is about because she don't just randomly. She doesn't really message me this late that often. For your birthday, it was Moon Goddess, Goddess of the Moon. One second, y'all. I'm sorry. Okay. Talking about Goddess of the Moon, which is all about redirection. You ain't getting a dime. It was like Mr. Krabs when they were like talking about the worm. And Sandy was like, I'll take care of your worm. That is, if and you're willing to pay. And then Mr. Krabs was like, no, you'll never get a cent out of me. I hope the worm comes and eats you all alive. It's very much that energy, where we're so wrapped up into the physicality of our situations and into the capitalistic whatever that we've been thrust into, and kind of sort of we're so used to being cogs in the machine that we wouldn't know what else to be. And so even if it costs us everything it's like we're fighting so hard to keep things that are being threatened by the things that are upcoming that we are being called to face, more attached to the physical things. But if we don't face the things, then we're at risk of losing those physical things at the same time. And so it's like this is a similar, related, the same problem, but you're attachments with this Five of Cups. That's what that's all about. Anything could be a message, right? Anything could be a message, but that's all about life. So it's either like our relationship with life is going to change and we're going to turn into this snake that can. The snake is. I don't know who said it like that. Snake. But the snake is like. It's like a full energy. But it's a little more informed than the typical fool. And again, we have the seeker down here instead of like the seeker is the fool that's like halfway down the journey or partly down the journey, but is seeking a little bit more information or advice, right? Whereas like the initiate is someone who seeks more experience. The seeker is someone who seeks more information, more advice, because it's like they've gotten some of the experience, but now they need to. It's like they got some of the tools, they know how to use them, but now encountered with a new problem, they're looking at potential ways to apply the same tools or to fine tune or adjust their knowledge to handle whatever's coming next, right? It's like that. So that's the snake, right? It's the ability of, it's a potential that one holds and an ability to shed the skin and become literally anything, right? All four elements were present. It's like a full energy. All four elements are present. I love how this is like happening right now. Give me one moment to send her some pictures real quick. I'm so sorry. Give me one moment. I don't know why I talk like this whenever I do this, but apparently it's a thing now. So you're welcome. I got this new book. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, but now I gotta go to the table of contents. Give me one moment. I'm sorry. I need to. I need to. Where's the table of contents? Hello? 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 Okay, not there, apparently. Oh, here we go. Okay. Goddess of the Moon. The Goddess of the Moon card is all about. She took a note when I did it too. She was like, I'll take a note. I don't need you to send me the picture. I'll take a note. I was like, okay. But now she wants that. Here it is, number 52. Oh, wow. It's near the end. Talk about your near ends of cycles of completion. So it's like I said, anything could be a message, anything can resonate, right? So it's like with the Goddess of the Moon card, the Goddess of the Moon card is all about the intuition, and it's all about listening to the intuition, and it's all about sort of having that guide you in a way, in a sense, right? And so it's like when it comes to nearing the end of our journey, it's like science, logic, reasoning has helped us as far as it will. Now, with the rest, or from this point forward, it's all going to be about that internal connection that we have and our ability to trust in it and to be led and guided by it. And to not necessarily always need someone external to us because um, only we know our situations as we do. And there are times when other people can get us close, but they're not going to get us all the way there. And like I said, it's like, and I'm not going to keep reiterating myself. This is all about life. Either our relationship is going to change and transform, or our relationship with life is going to change and transform as a result of our healing, or it won't. If it does, boundless potential. What is this? It's wearing many hats. It's an ability to be coming into different gifts and strengths and things like that. Also, when you come into different gifts and strengths with that wheel of fortune, with everything being connected, it's about learning how to use them in combination to give you a new. It's a new like subset. It's a new direction, a new way to use it. I don't know. It's like a new gift when you get it in combination, but at the same time, it's like not a new gift. Or you'll just kind of sort of be sad and you'll be missing out because Five of Cups, right? It's all about perspective. It's all about perspective. Now we're coming into healing, which is interesting because the Archangel of Healing came out for life. So we have this Knight of Pentacles. And the last card out was that Son of the last Knight was the Son of Pentacles. Now here we have the Knight of Pentacles, which is all about sort of slow and steady. This could also be healing familial relationships. In the space of healing, this could be how how our relationship with our finances affects or doesn't our relationship with ourselves, the way that we view ourselves. And if it has an effect on the way that we view ourselves, if financial material things are a metric for us to evaluate and judge our worth, our contribution, or whatever, then it's like, is that relationship hindering our personal growth and our personal healing? Because since it serves as a metric, we need to see our finances change before we believe we change. And this isn't just finances, this is literally anything physical. Do we need the externalities? Do we need the way that life presents itself to us to change in order for us to be able to recognize, appreciate, and continue to do the healing that we have on the inside? Because if the answer is yes, this is going to be a very Knight of Pentacles slow process. But if the answer is no, then it's realizing that this steady progress is what's going to be getting us to the ultimate goal that we want to reach. Where it's like after you clear a certain level, after the event is over, then all the rewards come in, right? Because it's like part of it is participation, part of it is also completion, and another part is contribution, right? And so participation, it's like none of those can be fully rewarded at the moment, right? Participation kind of sort of can be in the moment while you're going through it. You can get participation. But when it comes to contribution and completion, contribution you kind of sort of can't. It's like completion is one of the ones for sure that you have to see all the way through to get. Now, when it comes to contribution and participation, then it's like those are some that you can kind of sort of get in the moment, but you won't get them to their fullness until you get that completion part of it, right? And that's what this Knight of Pentacles is all about. Because it's like there is some healing that happens, but with so the scarab represents the sun, and with the sun not yet reaching that pinnacle, it's like there are some ways maybe where it's begun to sort of shift and things like that, but it can still manifest in other ways, right? And then we move into the Wild Unknown card, which is the Chariot. And then you see the sun and the moon right there. A lot of times I see this scarab, I see that pinnacle or that orb as the moon, and then it's like almost an eclipse. And then we have the sun and the moon right here aligned. The Chariot is Cancerian energy. When we go into Cancer season, we're going to be having that solar eclipse this year. So that could be kind of sort of the moment when things begin to um, roll out. But at the same time, it's like if there's anything that you can do, anything that you know you should do before that moment comes, I'd say do it now because it affects your contribution and participation scores. But this is the space of healing, right? And so, with this being the space of healing, in my opinion, for me and my growth personally, healing to me isn't one of the things that I would ever delay. I wouldn't wait until like this event or that event or some other time to begin to heal because we don't know how much work it's going to require. And if we continue to act in a certain way, waiting for this time to begin to heal or waiting for this time to do whatever, it's like we're sort of increasing the distance that we're going to have to jump when that happens. And so if you work at it continuously, then it can happen more effortlessly. And maybe instead of healing, you get a little bit of something else, a little bit of something extra. You know what I mean? Like to me, healing would never be something that I kind of sort of put off. Um, and I mean, that's just kind of sort of the type of person I've become. I know there were two instances that I can immediately recall in the past year and a half since I really began this journey, where I took a few days to just no, there are three. There are three instances when I took a few days to be like this is so much. Like, why is this happening? I don't know if I can do this. But in that few days time span, I mean by that point especially, but I was still like in communication with my own internal whatever. And so even though I was kind of sort of, I don't want to say I was running. I was kind of sort of running in some ways. In some senses, I kind of sort of was. Even though I was intimidated, since I had that constant line of communication at the same time, when it came time to return and when it came time to act, it wasn't as difficult because even though I wasn't necessarily doing it, there was an element of, it's like sometimes the brain leads the heart and the body. And so it was like that for me. It was like getting the conversation internally to begin to shift so that it would bridge the gap that I would have to sort of like make with my heart. It made it easier. And so there is a huge sort of illumination and healing opportunity coming in with this eclipse, coming in as we enter Cancer season. But why wait, right? Like, I wouldn't wait until the eclipse to try to start healing or to really get serious about it or to do this or to do that because it's like, it's progressive. So if you can get this out of the way, then it's like, you can get something else instead of healing. And it's like, it's going to be, there's a potential for it to be an opportunity for it to be glorious and miraculous and everything, regardless of what you have to do. But if you could get this done, imagine how much that energy can propel you forward, right? It's like, yes, like you could use this for healing all of the things that you could have been healing or that you could have begun to heal. Or since you already did the healing, we could roll you out something that you'll really like. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I could take the thing that I really like, or I could delay my healing so I get healing. Like, either way, it's going to be glorious and magnificent. But if you can do it now, it's like things that we do now we will be rewarded and increased for later. Like I said, it's like everything is accelerated right now. And so it's like the more you do in this little period of time, the more it'll unfold and unravel later, right? Potentially. So that's the space that I'm in, at least. And then we have this Six of Swords coming in. So this is all about movement. This is all about movement when it comes to healing. And this is interesting. So when it comes to healing, we have the Knight of Pentacles, the Chariot, and the Six of Swords. I mean, the Knight of Pentacles is the slowest mover, but once the Knight of Pentacles has everything in place, they can move just as quickly as all the other knights can. It's almost like when it comes to preparation. Oh, that was weird. It like cut out for like a split second. I was like, wait, is my ear about to ring? But then it snapped. When it comes to knights, they all have the ability to move at the same pace. The difference comes in preparation, right? The Knight of Wands has like little to no preparation. Not always, but generally, at least for me as a reader, how I interpret the energies, it's like the Knight of Wands has little to no preparation. They just kind of sort of like they want it, they go after it. The Knight of Cups has almost as little preparation as the Knight of Wands because I feel it, I'm going to go after it. Now there may be a sort of moment with the Knight of Cups where it's like, do I really want it? It can be a little indecisive sometimes, or it could take a moment for it to reach a certain threshold of feeling before it moves and acts, right? Um, but with the Knight of Swords, a lot of the preparation there is mental. And so I feel like the Knight of Swords, it's like the Knight of Cups and the Knight of Swords can kind of sort of take the same amount of preparation, but one can go longer depending on personal um, alignment, right? Some people take longer to think on something before they act. Some people really wait for the vibe to be right or for the timing to feel right before they act. Um, but with the Knight of Pentacles, like it almost always has the longest preparation time because it's like before it moves, it wants to be sure. And so there's an element, the Knight of Pentacles can be very resourceful, right? But if you're resourceful, that means you're going to go out and you're going to gather the resources, gather the materials. If you go to this one store and they don't have it, then you got to go across town to get it, right? And so the Knight of Pentacles speaks to preparation, but when it moves, it can move just as quickly as all of the other knights. If not, so in some ways, it's almost like where the Knight of Pentacles falls in preparation, it can almost make up for it in speed once it's done preparing. because with the other three knights, less so with the Knight of Swords, but with the other three knights, when they are encountered with difficulty on the quest, like the Knight of Wands, if it gets too hard, he's out. If it's not exciting anymore, he's out. If he starts to get bored, he's out. With the Knight of Cups, if like if it gets a little difficult, he's out. If the feelings start to change, he's out. If the vibes are off one day, if he's like a extra moody that day, he's out for at least a day, maybe a whole week. With the Knight of Swords, it's almost that Knight of Pentacles energy, because I feel like before the Knight of Swords moves, he likes to have a plan. Um, a plan that makes logical sense to him, even if it doesn't necessarily make sense to other people. So he could kind of sort of encounter the situation where what he thought isn't necessarily the case, and then there may be some whatever there, and he could potentially be out. But the Knight of Swords and the Knight of Pentacles, as the two knights that kind of sort of, the Knight of Pentacles for sure, it's like another reason why he moves so slow is because he comes up with contingency plans. And so, like, in case this happens, plan B, I already know what to do. Boom. It's like boom, 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 right? He's navigating everything because the Knight of Pentacles, he spent the time in preparation, right? So he's a lot harder to shake once he begins to move. Now, the quicker knights, they may come in fast, but if anything happens, they may leave just as quickly. Knight of Pentacles is the energy of seeing something through to the end. And then we have this Chariot card, and the Chariot card to me really speaks of conviction. And so when it comes to healing, it's like, are we going to cheat ourselves out of whatever experiences or whatever opportunities we have to further ourselves because the healing gets hard? Or are we going to continue to do it because we know at the end of the day it's what we need to do, right? And the conviction with like the Knight of, or the Knight of, I was going to say the Knight of Pentacles, but I'm talking about the Chariot. The Chariot to me, as a reader, because I did a whole case study on the Chariot, but the Chariot to me is like an extroverted introvert. The Chariot to me is someone who's taken the time to do all of the internal work, and the assuredness that they move forward is because of that, right? Because with the Chariot, the Chariot also entails balancing forces. And a lot of decks, they'll depict a light horse and a dark horse moving in two different directions. But the Chariot, it's the charioteer's job to get them on the same page, to get them moving forward. And how do you get them on the same page? It doesn't just happen, right? And so that's where a lot of the internal things with the Knight are with the Chariot. I keep trying to say the Knight of Chariots or the Knight of Pentacles. Maybe the Knight of Pentacles traded his, I don't want to say he traded his, ooh, maybe the Knight of Pentacles, one of the resources that he was going to acquire, because this is just the horse, right? There's a knight on top of the horse. Maybe one of the resources that this Knight of Pentacles is going to acquire is a chariot. So he gets the chariot and he gets another horse. And that speaks to the moment of preparation. And there's a very Helios energy here, Apollo energy, because these horses also have wings, right? All of the knights in this deck have wings, by the way. So wow, he's like kind of sort of like upgrading. That's why he's been moving so slow. And then like you see your Knight of Cups, because we had all the suns again. Here they are, all of the suns except for the Son of Cups, right here at the bottom. No, except for the Son of Wands, all here at the bottom of the deck. So you see, the Son of Swords and the Son of Wands and the Son of Cups all roll up on their horse, and they're like, oh, whatever. And then you see the Knight of Pentacles roll up with the whole chariot, and you like, ooh, okay, like, all right. One of these things is not like the other. One of these people came prepared. um, but then again, it speaks to that movement. And I feel like reiterating off of this Knight of Pentacles that I didn't necessarily say, any movement forward is good movement. Like I said, it doesn't matter. Like participation and contribution are both sort of weighted right now. And so, it all matters. There isn't one thing that necessarily matters less than another. But again, there is a sort of energy of being able to pivot and being able to change direction. But this is all in the space of healing. And so, like I kind of sort of say sometimes, once you know better, you're responsible for doing better. And once you've healed, you're kind of sort of responsible for acting like you've healed. Because it's like, what's the good of healing if you continue to do all the things that you've healed from in the first place? It's like I don't know, because it's like you are stabbing yourself in the same wound, but it's healing quicker because you've already healed from it. But it's like you keep stabbing it to like, oh my gosh, it's going back so quickly now. It used to take me so long to heal. Look how quickly I can heal when I stab myself now. And it's like, okay, or you could just stop stabbing yourself and go on with your life. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I am. So, oh my gosh. Well, here's the Knight of Cups. The Son of Cups has just made an appearance. Now, the Son of Cups is the twin to the Horse of Death, but this is also the only unicorn in the deck. So here's that Son of Cups. Here's that Knight of Cups. Here's the Shining Dew coming in the space of sunlight. Now, sunlight could be an area where we sort of receive an illumination. It could also be the spot where the dark clouds break, right? And so it's almost like it's our guiding light right now in this moment of darkness. And I feel like the sunlight speaks. It's almost like a beam, and this could be more for me personally than more for me or more for everyone collectively. But at least for me, it's like my journey, my growth, my path is very directed. It's very specific, and it doesn't necessarily stray or have too much wiggle room in it. That's why there's a lot of things. It's like some things I don't necessarily watch because at the end of the day, like everything on the outside is a reflection of what's on the inside. And so I don't necessarily need to, I'm not going to go there. It doesn't need to go that far. It may be more me specifically, but the image that's coming to my mind is like either you're in a cave or the sky is very dark and there's a break in the clouds. There's like somebody that like somehow the rocks and the cave wall shift, so there's one beam of sunlight comes in. It's very focused and it's very directed, and it's kind of sort of narrow, honestly. And so if you get like 15 different opinions, it's like with this sunlight, it's like the more holes you poke in it, the more water this cup is going to lose, right? It's like you're trying to make a fountain. It's like you have this huge reservoir and you're trying to make a fountain. So you punch one hole and then maybe you like tap it, right? Or whatever. And so now you can control where it comes out. But if you keep poking holes in it, then it's like, number one, you never know where the liquid is going to come out. Number two, it's going to be a lot harder to keep it full because it has so many holes, right? Ooh, and then we got the unicorn. So it's like, yeah, let spirit let that unicorn poke the one hole, or maybe not. I don't know. Take it as it resonates. It's your life. It's your journey. It's your story. It's all on you. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. And I feel like spirit would love for you to do some things, but at the same time, I don't know if spirit is necessarily in the business of forcing people to do things right now. So you may have been encouraged a lot more strongly, and I mean, you can be encouraged just as much now. But I feel like, and again, it's different for everybody. It could just be where I'm at, I guess. I don't know. Or how I've been feeling and interpreting the energies. Because, like, for me, learning to be decisive and make a decision and take a stand and fight for something is one of the lessons I've been learning in the past few months. To really do it. To really do it. And so it could just be my own interpretation of, like, me projecting what I'm going through on the whole situation. I mean, all of this can be that. That's why I say take it as it resonates, right? But it's like, I don't know. Assistance right now is like kind of sort of few and far between because by this point, we already know everything that we need to do. Like, whether we do it or not is up to us. But I feel like a lot of the things, like, we should already know. Now here we have this high priestess. We should already know. Like, I feel like the card is clear again. This could be me projecting, but the high priestess is pretty much clarifying. With this Knight of Cups, you need to be in connection with the unicorn fairy realms, not the unicorn fairy realms, with spirit, guided by spirit. That one hole in the cup, that one ray of sunlight, and with the high priestess, it's like, you should already know. And they're both looking in the same direction. Right. It's almost like when you look at a dog and the dog looks away. Right. So it's like this high priestess is looking to this for confirmation. And as soon as this feels the high priestess gaze go to it, it looks in the other way. Because it's like, we already told you, like, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Are you going to be the horse that's literally standing in front of the water that you want, but not drinking it? And then maybe this is spirit looking at you like, okay, so are they going to drink that water or not? And the horse is like, water? What water? What are you talking about? Where? And it's like you see that cup literally right in front of the horse right there, right here. And he's like looking in the opposite direction. Like, ignorance. I mean, I don't want to say that ignorance is an excuse because you're not ignorant. Like, the high priest is like, you already know. The high priestess is like, you already know. And once you know better, you're responsible for doing better. So don't continue to make requests. And it's like you're asking spirit to make these other two blossoms buds. You're asking spirit to make these other two buds blossom, and spirit is like, okay, but we already told you that at this phase you're only going to get one. So you continuing to ask us for two more isn't going to get you two more. Like, you already know that you can only get one. You need to progress more, and as you progress more, they will naturally unfold. As you care for them, they will naturally unfold. But you asking somebody else to care for them is not you caring for them. It's like you kind of sort of come as far as you can on the merits of others. Now you got to step up and do your own thing. And then here we have the Hierophant, the messenger. This speaks to a uniformity on on multiple levels, multiple planes, in multiple ways. The messenger can also kind of speak of, well, in this deck in particular, I don't necessarily want to go to somebody else's interpretation. In this deck in particular, the messenger, the Hierophant, asks us to look at the root of why we kind of sort of like believe the things we believe, and the reason, and the things that lead to the way look at the root of why we believe what we believe, why we act like what we act like, and why we do what we do, and to excavate the parts. Actually, in the entry I never understood it, because in the entry it was like, excavate the parts that are like common roots and that like lead you to support from the community. But now with this element of sunlight, it's like we're transplanting something. It's like, did I just hear a Discord noise? Maybe it was my brother. Um, because it's like, whatever environment this was in before, it's not gonna flourish and thrive there anymore. So we need to go down to the root, dig it up from the root, but you want to like dig around the roots, because if you hit a root, it's going to traumatize the plant. Right? And so it's like, you don't want too much extra dirt, but you want to make sure you get around the root, because you don't want to cut any of the roots. Now, if it's toxic, you want to cut the toxic parts, but the good parts you want to leave fairly intact, because after this healing, it's like you don't want to have to go back and relearn things that you've already learned. And that's why it's important for you to be very sort of precise right now and to be focused. There's an element of focus here. And that's one thing that a crystal ball does. Well, I don't know what crystal balls do. As a tool with many uses and applications that I don't know about, I'm feeling that one of the things it does is help focus on a particular situation. It's like you take this small orb that lets you peer into something as compared to like the world at large, right? But with this messenger, again, it's all about sort of like excavating and supplanting, transplanting that somewhere else that gets more sunlight. There are parts of us, like I said, we dive down to the bottom to get the treasure at 20, but we still need to bring it back to the surface. And it's like you can get sort of like these moments or these breaks of sunlight, but a break of sunlight is not the same as like living like on the outside, right? Like living in a cave where you get a little bit of sunlight for a few hours a day is not the same as like, living in the light where you're surrounded by sunlight. And things aren't as dark or damp or dank, or moist or mossy. Not that there's anything wrong with moss, but in moderation, right? This Hierophant coming after the High Priestess and the Son of Cups. It's interesting because the Hierophant is the only card looking in a different direction. Now, this could be interpreted as a means of like, don't talk about it, be about it. It's like don't speak one thing and then turn around and do something completely different. I'm feeling it mostly that way, honestly. But this could also be us coming into the space of maybe being teachers, maybe being just people who talk about our experiences in general, right? Like this is everything that we go on, this is everything that we go through in the background. This is what we sort of like we focus in with that crystal ball, see what would be relevant, and then we speak on what's relevant, right? This could also be the energy of like because the messenger, the hierophant, is also the energy of making physical divine codes. I don't know how else to put that, and I'm not gonna try to rack my brain because I'll forget where I'm going. It's like it's encoding it's transcribing it in a way that can be read by the masses, in a way that can be taught, in a way that can be understood. And so there are some certain things that are kind of sort of lost in translation because it's like, how do you take something so pure and divine that it's like a space that we can fill into, and a space that through series of images and memories and different types of contexts, we can kind of sort of get the feeling, but at the same time, it's something that may not necessarily be something that's here right now. And so it's like, how do you describe a red apple if you don't know what the color red is? Like, if you've never seen anything red, how do you describe the color red? How do you describe a color that you've never seen? And it's like you describe it with feeling, and you describe it with thought, and you describe it with emotion, and you use feeling and thought and emotion to weave these stories, parables, analogies, metaphors, whatever, to bring something that hasn't been, or to talk about something that hasn't been in a way that may at least be vaguely understandable, to at least begin to get somebody on some kind of track, right? And so I think there's also an element of that. But that would be more of an element of maybe being a ray of sunlight. So when it comes to sunlight, it's like, it's about us receiving it, us following it, but then also us being it. Now we move over to nature. We have the Four of Swords, the convalescence, right? The convalescent. Yeah, the convalescent. Four of Swords. Sleeping warriors. This in the element of nature, that's given me cycles and seasons and time. Because time, as a concept of seconds, minutes, and hours, is an illusion. Is something created and manufactured, but time as a space of observable cycles is not. It's very real, right? Like all things that live die. That's time. That's a cycle. Right now, time again is like a mandated construct, not necessarily, but if we, it's like even seconds, hours, and minutes, in some way, they're based on the cycles of the sun, based on the cycles of the moon, right? Based on cycles of light and dark, you know. Why am I talking about time? Nature, cycles. Where was I going with that? See, it's like I get too far down a tangent road and I'm trying to like not explain things so much anymore because I get lost. Just try not to get lost along the way, okay? I'm still learning and growing in a lot of ways, actually. And I've been observing a lot lately too. I've been in a space of observation, which is interesting. But anyway, um, the convalescent, it speaks to cycles. There's a time for rest and there's a time for not rest. There's a time for war and there's a time for not war. I would personally say that there's always a time for peace. you know, so let's call it the Libra in my chart. but I can't remember where I'm getting the cycles vibes from this card. Where was I going with this? Nature, cycles. Maybe I'll just pull the next card. Yeah, I'll pull the next card and see. Ooh, the Seven of Cups. Okay. So these two together is a refusal to honor the nature of cycles. Because we talk about time as if it is something that is completely illusionary, and it isn't. Because everything, like time, is man's way at observing cycles, but at the same time creating cycles. It's a way of observing cycles when it comes to the clock. You know, what time is it? Around noon, pretty much year round, pretty much in most parts of the world, around noon, the sun is going to be out. Now, the sunrise and sunset may change, but around noon, it's always out, right? And like, you know, we get into the space of creating cycles when it's like, okay, you work a 8 hour work day and then you go home and then you sleep for 8 hours and then you do this and you do that. But in some ways, it's also about putting, it's about adapting the cycles to our lifestyle. And it's given me very much like Fahrenheit versus Celsius vibes because Celsius is based around water, I believe. And so at 0 degrees Celsius, water freezes, and at 100 degrees Celsius, water boils. And Fahrenheit is based on the body. And so it's like, you know, Celsius is almost like the global world viewpoint understanding of temperature, but Fahrenheit is about the internal understanding, right? So water freezes at 32 Fahrenheit and it boils at like 2 something. I should know what temperature water boils. I've taken so many thermodynamics classes. I should know. I should know. It's like 2 something. I don't want to say 252. I'll just ask Siri. Hey Siri, what temperature does water boil in Fahrenheit?
Here's an answer from Wikipedia.org. The United States commonly uses the Fahrenheit scale, on which water freezes at 32 degrees Fahrenheit and boils at 212 degrees Fahrenheit at sea level atmospheric pressure.
Yeah, so it's about 32. So the scales are completely different, but it's because they're measuring different things, right? And then I remember one person was like, he was on a Celsius thing. He was like Fahrenheit is so dumb, like blah 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 whatever. But I was like, you know, as humans, I feel like it would make sense that we base our understanding of temperature on our bodies because it's how we interact with the phenomena of temperature. And honestly, it's how we interact with the phenomena of vibration and frequency, if you think about it. And on the Celsius scale, it's like that's sort of vibration and frequency on a more universal level. Because the colder things are, the slower they vibrate. The warmer they are, the hotter they are, the faster they vibrate. That's why it's vibration and frequency. And so it's like there's truth to both sides. And this is the space of nature. Okay. I'm trying to see where I'm going with this, y'all, because I'm kind of sort of getting lost. I can't remember why I brought up cycles, but it may reveal itself as I continue. That's why I'm just going with it. But I think when it comes to nature, man is of nature, but man is not nature. And I think like that's what's just like man is of nature, but man is not nature. And I think the biggest distinction comes again with our ability to influence how we observe and interact with cycles. I'm not even going to pick these up because I don't know where that card was taking me. I don't know why I got here. See, and that's another thing I've been. It's like there are times when, like, intuitively, I just go somewhere and then I try to, like, confine it to the card and then I kind of sort of get lost. And it's like, sometimes the card is just the trigger for the thought. And so when it comes to, it's like man is of nature, but man is not nature. Man is one of the few creatures, I guess, that because of free will and because of free choice, we have an ability to, it's something to do with, like, we have an ability to be in cycles for longer than we should, an ability to not even enter some cycles, and an ability to exit cycles before. Whereas when it comes to nature, and maybe it's our relationship with nature that we don't necessarily see if the sun gets to decide that it wants to rise or set earlier in a day and that's why it rises or sets earlier in a day, or if the earth decides that, you know what, today I want to spin a little slower because I spent a little too fast yesterday and I'm a little nauseous. Or if even animals, decide, like, I know this is what my nature says I should do, but maybe I don't want to fly south for the winter this year. Talking about the birds. Um, maybe it is a little bit of an ego on the part of man, and I guess me in particular, because I'm the one talking about it right now, to assume that we're the only things that kind of sort of get to decide if we want to obey cycles or not. Um, but I guess it can't be disputed that we kind of sort of do. It can also be disputed that we don't, but we think we do. But anyway, it doesn't matter if we do or we don't because we think that we do. And us thinking that we do is the important part of this. So, in some ways, it is man's nature to reject nature. And in some ways, it is man's nature to be in opposition to nature. Because it is man's nature to understand nature. And you can't always understand something. It's like sometimes you have to stand against something, sometimes you have to be in disagreement or disalignment with something to really understand the nature of how it works. Sometimes you have to get out of the car and get under the hood to determine how it works. And sometimes you gotta wire things the wrong way to understand that they need to be wired a certain way to work. It's that whole reverse engineering process, right? And so it's like we are of nature, but we aren't nature. And it's our nature to go against nature because it's our nature to understand nature. And once we understand nature as beings that aren't a part of nature, we realize how much of nature we really encompass and embody within ourselves. And there's a whole line of thought that went into that. I was saying it, and because it's like growing up, where you live with a parent, right? And let's say that there are mannerisms of this parent that it's not that you don't like them. It's just that, like, let's say you're not a parent yet, or let's say you're a little younger and you don't want to be like just like your mom. But as you get older, you kind of sort of find yourself slipping into the tendencies of one of your parents. And then you're like, oh my gosh, when did I become my parents? Like, I thought I was completely different. It's almost like that it's like that same evolution where we go through this moment of like, we are of our parents, but we're not our parents at birth, right? And a lot of when we're younger, they get to determine and dictate a lot of what we do, but we're still not them. And then we go through our own experiences. We go through times where we think we're sort of separating ourselves from them. And then we get a little bit older and we start to become them. So it's like we have to separate ourselves from it, observe it from a different viewpoint, but then realize that we are it. And I guess that cycle speaks to a larger cycle of human growth, evolution, and development, because it's like we are all nature, at least across planet Earth, is not uniform. Climate isn't the same everywhere. Um, the flora and the fauna isn't the same everywhere. Cycles aren't the same everywhere. Like, there are some parts of the earth where you may get a 24 plus hour day or a 24 plus hour night based by the location of that place and the relationship it has with the direction to the sun, right? And the ecliptic or the equator or whatever, the equator and the axes or whatever. And in the same way that nature across our planet isn't uniform, nature between us isn't uniform. But a lot of times when we speak of nature, we kind of sort of make it monolithic, but monolithic isn't the word that I want. When we speak of nature, we sort of speak of like nature as a whole, when in reality, it's different in different places. But because it's different in different places, it's still what it is as a whole. You know what I mean? It's this very like dog chasing its own tail type of thinking, it feels like. But something about that understanding is very profound. What's the last card? The last card is the Six of Cups. So we got the Six of Swords that just came out. We got two fives and two sixes from this deck on the board right now. We got a seven, a court card, and two majors from the Wild Unknown. And then we have two court cards, three court cards, and a minor from the Spirit Keeper Stone. Anyway. With the Six of Cups, the Six of Cups is all about, oh, wow, we go from the Seven of Cups to the Six of Cups. That's interesting. The Six of Cups, I've been feeling as us rewriting our story, but I guess this would be us rewriting our relationship with nature. But we rewrite our relationship with nature. And again, like, we started this with life. And it was like the healing that we've done can be changing the relationship that we have with life, right? And it's like, because our relationship with life itself has changed, our relationship with nature has the ability to reflect that same level of change. But at least on this level, it's also related to an understanding of our own inner nature. I'm getting like, okay. Oof. It's our understanding with our own nature and nature at large. And once we understand the cycles of nature, once we understand the variance of nature and the beauty of nature, at least on our planet, or the satisfaction of nature and the beauty that we observe in nature is its ability to be ever present but different at the same time. It's the I don't want to say the non-conformity, but it's the non-consistency. It's the variety of nature that makes it beautiful, okay? Variety is a spicy life. Variety is a spicy life. And it's that zest that we kind of sort of on some more primal level crave. It's the ability to go from one place to an extremely different place to an extremely different place, to know that it's all nature is just like how we in ourselves can be many different people. We have many different phases, there are many different stages, but we are always who we are. And it's because, oh, this is so deep. I feel like this is going somewhere that it's like I'm trying to talk around it to get to the understanding via the surroundings of it. Um, but man, it's like we're always who we are. And that's one way that we reflect nature, even when we don't necessarily feel that we do. It's our ability to be so vast and so varied and so different at different points. And I was thinking about it yesterday. I believe it was yesterday, because it was like I've been thinking about a certain topic a lot because it's first it came up in my dreams and now it's popping up everywhere in all kinds of places apparently. But it's like, I wouldn't say, when it comes to cycles, we don't call winter or summer a quarter of a season or a half of a season, or I mean, depending on where you live in the world, I guess it could be a whole season. Like if you're in Antarctica, it's probably always winter there, right? So maybe that's not the best example. But if you live in a part of the world that experiences seasons, you don't call a season a quarter of a whole, right? So it's like when it comes to cycles, there is a wholeness and a completion to every season of the cycle. And it's like night isn't half. Okay, well, it is. It is, but it isn't. Like night isn't half of a 24-hour period, right? We don't define night by the portion of the day that it occupies. We define night by the lack of the sun, by the presence of the moon. Just like we don't define day as, you know, half of a 24-hour period. We define it by the presence of the sun. And there's something about honoring different parts of a cycle. There's something about honoring the different parts of a cycle as seasons unto themselves that gets us further along. Because when we can see it and appreciate it as it is in a whole, even though it may be a part of the grander cycle, when we can honor and see and value and appreciate it as a whole in itself, it can reveal more of itself to us. And so there's something to be said about appreciating the cycles that we're in, and appreciating the cycles that we've been in, and appreciating the cycles that we're coming into. And it isn't for us to try to rush through anything, but at the same time, it's for us to allow things to come to a close that need to come to a close. And I feel like it kind of sort of like it was like skating around this thing, and it was almost about to go down the drain, but then it's like I sped it up so it would like come back to the surface because that was like going somewhere. I'm so weird. I love me. Okay, we're just gonna leave that there. Yeah, we're just gonna leave that there for the collective. So now we come into Serenity. We're almost done. We only have Spirit left after this. Oh, speaking of cycles, speaking of psychos, are these the mutables? 1 second, y'all. Because I see the bow and arrow, and I know that's Sagittarius. Wait, no, never mind. I thought I saw a bow and arrow, and I thought it was Sagittarius. I don't know what's going on in this card. Anyway, we have the Wheel of Fortune. Speaking of cycles, right? And then here comes the wheel. And this is Serenity. So if we're talking about cycles, here is accepting the cycles for what they are, honoring and recognizing the seasons as more than just parts of the cycle. And it's like if we can honor and appreciate and respect each cycle as each parts of the cycle as a season into itself, then we exit the space of waiting and we enter the space of eternally reaping. Because it's like, if you plant seeds in the spring or the summer, I don't know when you plant seeds. I think it's the spring. Yeah, right? Anyway, I'm not a farmer. I should know. I live in the Midwest of the US, but I'm not a farmer. I don't know. It's like if you plant seeds in the spring to harvest in the fall, if you're always waiting for spring to plant seeds, then you're always waiting for the fall to harvest. But what do you do in the summer and winter besides tend for the crop and besides wait for the next spring and the winter, right? It's like if you can dig into each season, there are things that you can do in that season that can only be done in that season. And it's like entering a space, since we are constantly preparing, constantly evolving, constantly changing. And again, this is coming out right after this. And so this is because I got 3 and 3. So this is sitting under the Chariot, the Knight of Pentacles, and the Six of Swords. When I was like, I wouldn't wait for healing. Like, I would do the healing when you can do the healing. Why wait until a certain date or time to do some healing? And like this Chariot is also saying that, sometimes healing is an active process. Sometimes, you gotta, sometimes you don't wait for mama bird to push you out the nest. Sometimes you just leap and hope you can fly. And then mama bird comes back and she's like, oh my gosh, where's my baby? And then you fly back like, yeah, I know how to fly. And she's like, what? My baby's a genius. Literally a day old. I literally hatched that egg yesterday and it's already flying. And it's like, yeah, mom, these are the times that we live in now. Things aren't as slow as they used to be. Get with the times. Get with the program. We're changing stations. And like, but how am I supposed to get with the program if the station is changing? It's like, you don't think about it. You just get with it, right? Ain't no swords on this table nowhere. Oh my gosh. Hold up. Oh, I literally just talked about the Six of Swords. But the only swords on the table so far are the six. There's no pentacles on the table. There are no pentacles on the table. The Four of Swords is here as well. I'm sorry. So swords are on the table. I need to look at the elements right now. The King of Cups, Five of Cups. The only pentacle, the Knight of Cups. The only pentacle on the table is from the Knight of Pentacles. But I guess we have a lot of court energies and quite a few court energies and a few majors. So Six of Swords, Four of Swords, Seven of Cups, Six of Cups. That's it. The only fire on the table is in the Daughter of Wands. Hold up, wait, what is on the table? The Eight of Wands is over here, and the Six of Cups is over there. No. I'm sorry. I'm getting lost in looking at the elements. Like, wait, do we even have everything on the table? Maybe it's speaking to parts of the cycle that we haven't yet reached. It's like there are certain parts of the cycle that we appreciate, and because we appreciate those cycles, it's like your favorite season, right? Now, I must admit that I do not too much appreciate summer because I don't like to be hot. And I don't like allergies and I don't like bugs. I do like that it is day longer in the summer. I'll give it that. That's like one of the few things I like about the summer. It's probably one of the only things I like about the summer. Anyway, this isn't about me. Because there's this energy of like in the middle of the winter, like, oh, it's so cold, I can't wait for the summer, I can't wait for the summer. But it's like, if we honor and value and appreciate that season as its own thing instead of the part of the cycle that we don't like, we're able to tap further, we're able to delve more into what it is about, and we're able to use that space and that time in a way that is appropriate to us. And again, there's this very fluid energy element of shifting, right? It's like, when you go to the Arctic places, you get penguins and Santa Claus and snow men and women and children and snow tigers. Apparently, you can make anything out of snow. um, but with this Wheel of Fortune, like I said, it's like there's a difference between like harvest seasons and eternal reaping. And I remember New Year's Eve, I went to church with my mom because she wanted to go to church with her sons. And so we went to church with her. And there was a lady who got up and she said, like, I don't have to wait until the fall to enter a season of harvest because I plant seeds all year round. And since I plant seeds all year round, I'm always in a season of harvest because it's always time to reap a seed that I've planted. It's always time to pick a crop that I've grown. And it's very much that energy, but it's also understanding that in different cycles, it's going to look different. But there's a call to appreciate, or there's a call for something deeper to be revealed to us in that appreciation somewhere. Then here we have this Five of Wands. I was just talking about we ain't got no wands. Here's some wands. You wanted wands? Here's some wands. The Five of Wands, and this deck specifically speaks of lack of focus and confusion. Excuse me, mostly to a lack of focus. But I feel like again that lack of focus is coming from a space of like not appreciating the season that we're in. It's like wishing for the winter when it's the middle of the summer because it's starting to get hot outside and you can't sleep at night because it's so hot outside. Or you're wanting the winter time to come because I don't know, maybe you want to sit on the porch and not be just surrounded by bees for some reason. I thought it was just me. I'm out there sitting on the porch and I'm like, every time I sit out here, it's like bees flying around me. And I'm like, I try to like zen out as best as I can. I'm usually listening to something anyway. Sometimes I'm like, oh, the bees are here. That means it's time for me to go in the house. But it's like, I understand that, I am in nature just like the bees are. And I have no more claim to the space that I am in than the bees do. I would appreciate if the bees, had all of the other space available to be in besides right next to me. Um, but at the same time, I recognize that it is their right to be there just so much as it is mine, if not more so. But I don't know why I just said that, but um, so I try to maintain my peace and just be out there, even chilling with the bees as they fly by. I just like, calm down, Patrick. Just taking this moment for what it is, and then I'm like, oh, what if it like lands on me because I'm too friendly, and then I'm like, I don't know. Anyway, lack of focus, and then here I go on these tangents, right? But all tangents lead to somewhere. You just got to be able to tie up loose ends to connect the lines, the dots. Um, but this lack of focus stems from I feel like there was the intention, a huge direction, a huge push of this energy was understanding natural rhythms, flows, and cycles, appreciating them, and then immersing ourselves in them to the point where just like nature is able to flourish and grow in different cycles and in different areas, so too can we, even if we enter a cycle that we don't necessarily prefer. But now it's almost shifting back into the man-made concept of time. When we go from clocks and watches as a means of observing time to clocks and watches as a means of creating metrics for things like productivity, right? And so now with this Five of Wands, it's almost shifting in that direction. And this is serenity. There's no, like, this is the Five of Wands. I feel like, with natural cycles, we have the Wheel of Fortune, which is, it can be chaotic in the in between moments, but the change, like if we're open to the change, it doesn't have to be, right? There's a serenity in accepting the cycles as they are, but then here we have this sort of lack of focus because this is all about serenity. We have this lack of focus when it comes to trying to confine things, right? Just like, folks say that Aries season starts on March 21st. Well, this year, Aries season started March 19th in tropical because the sun entered Aries on March 19th, at least over here in the US. In most parts, where I am in the US, I believe, I can't remember, I think it happened at like 10 p.m. So even on Eastern time, it still would have been on the 19th. Anyway, Aries season came early this year. Taurus season came early. Gemini season came early, I believe. Could be a leap year, right? Could be anything. But if we always go by whatever, then it's like there are periods and points of the cycles that we miss because of our need to control and confine them. And because of the sometimes unidirectional nature of man, it's hard to encapsulate is the word that's coming to my mind, but it's hard to encapsulate what. Because it's like when you only move in one direction, and that direction being like productivity focused for the most part. It's like there's so much that you miss out on. It's like there's this thought trying to come to my mind that is just not. It's like the thought is there, but the words are not. What is that? When it comes to the unidirectional nature of man, we lose cycles in the sense of its ability to connect, to repeat. And it's like the cycles that we get stuck in are so limited and confined. Like we get stuck in a 24-hour cycle. Go to work, it's like wake up, go to work, come home, eat, sleep, like work, home, work, home, work, home, work, home, work, home, work, home, gym, work, home, gym, work, gym, home, work, gym, home, work, gym, home, uh, work, work, home, work, home, or work, home, work, right? It's like we get caught in such small cycles that we get bored or frustrated or we feel disconnected because it's like the space that we create for ourselves is too small, right? And it's like there's an element of needing to expand it, but in that expansion, it shakes apart foundations that were created to be distractions, honestly, in some ways. And so there are some things, some distractors that are extremely intentional. And there are some that are devised in ways that would make us feel that it's like there are some that are devised in ways to be unseen. But again, with the height, like I've been feeling like this whole like, even if we can't see it, we can feel it type of energy lately, right? But it's like it's we can find things to the point where it's hard to find serenity in it because serenity doesn't pay bills and serenity doesn't keep us moving in whatever direction folks or some folks have decided to move in or move us in. What's this last card? I feel like this is what is this? Oh, the Queen of Cups, the Queen of Cups. Aww. I feel like the King of Cups came out somewhere, or did I just feel his energy? I don't think I actually saw the King of Cups, but I talked about the King of. Oh no, he's right here. He's right here in the Archangel of Healing. That's our first court pair on the table. The King and Queen of Cups. And the Knight of Cups is here as well. So hey, we got 3 out of 4, all in different decks as well. No, the Knight and the King of Cups came out in the same deck. So when it comes to Serenity, who was that? Who was that? Oh, that's what that was. I was like, what was it? I remember now. That's a conversation that I need to have with somebody. I don't need to have that conversation. I just want to have that conversation. So much, actually. But we'll see. I'm not going to say if it happens. We'll see when it happens. And another thing about cycles and periods is like there's a certain cycle that I'm in right now and a certain dynamic. And at first, like this whole period has been so interesting and enlightening to me because at first I was like, I've gotten so used to and accustomed to this cycle that, or that I've gotten so used to and accustomed to this dynamic that even though I know that I'm in a different season right now, it was like in the beginning, I was still looking at the season as a part of a cycle, wishing for the other part of the cycle. And so I feel like since it took me a second to get, I mean, yes and no. There were things that I learned before I was in the space of appreciating this season for what it was, things that needed to be highlighted because that was the part of the cycle, right? So seasons exist within cycles. Cycles are complete as whole, seasons are complete as wholes, but seasons are also parts of cycles. And cycles, excuse me, are parts of other cycles, right? And so in the beginning, it was like, wow, like everything is shifting and changing and evolving so fast that it was interesting to it's like, to be what is the saying? On top of the ball? Is that the saying? On the ball? On top of the ball? I think it's on top of the ball. To be on top of the ball or near the top of the ball for so long, but then to be off of the ball and to see the ball continuing to roll without you, it's interesting in some ways. But as everything else in the world began to shift and change, it's like I quickly realized that that cycle ended, that part of the cycle ended at the perfect time. Because as I entered the season and as I began to appreciate the season that I was in, and the appreciating that season led to deeper insights into a whole bunch of stuff. But it was like I can't imagine being in this season but still in the same dynamic that I was in. And the reason why I can't, and I can't imagine what my experience would have been if that dynamic was still there. Um, but it's like there's a reason, because that was a different season, and I'm in a different season now. And it's like once I started to embrace the season that I'm in now, it's like, wow, I can't even imagine what this season would have been if I was still in that dynamic, or if that dynamic was still what it used to be. And it's like that's when you get this like merging of seasons that nature as a whole can balance and tolerate, but us and some other organisms that live in specific areas have to adjust to. Because it's like on the whole, it's like, it's fine, because, just like in your body, you may get like let's say you get like a fever in your head, your forehead gets warm, but the rest of your body isn't. Or like if you get inflammation in a certain part of your body, but the rest of your body isn't inflamed, then it's like, your body as a whole is, it will be able to cope and adapt more or less, depending. But in that area, it's like it's significantly affected, right? Um, where am I going with this? But anyway, there were things that like, but now that when I began to appreciate the season as it is, I began to understand that, I don't know, it morphs things, it shifts things. And when you begin to appreciate seasons instead of favoring parts of cycles, you always grow, or your growth is more consistent throughout. And since your growth is more consistent throughout, your experience, or when things come in, it'll be more consistent. But with this Queen of Cups, because I was getting somewhere with this, the serenity that I found has come in appreciating seasons as seasons instead of dreading parts of cycles or parts of the cycle. Anyway, with this Queen of Cups, it's all about that. Because, like I said, with the King of Cups is all about being in the world, but not being affected by it. Right? That's the emotional stability of the King of Cups. But that emotional stability also comes with a sort of distance. And with the Queen of Cups, there is no distance, there are no boundaries. And so she can very easily, or more easily than the King of Cups, be drawn into cycles or parts of cycles. because the connection is so raw and sometimes unguarded. But it's also that rawness of her connection that gives her that gives her her intuitive nature, right? And it's like the King of Cups is still intuitive, but the Queen of Cups is more so because of her receptive nature. And it's almost like, through virtue of the King of Cups position itself, there are certain boundaries and certain limitations on that connection that need to be established because it keeps him in a space of being able to separate his waters from others, right? So that when the tides above begin to move, he can remain still. And the Queen of Cups sort of gets lost in those cycles. I mean, she's the Queen of Cups, and we're talking about cycles. I'll leave it there. But, and the Queen of Cups is Cancerian energy, so she's ruled by the moon, talking about cycles. And so that's like it's part of her flow to ebb and to go. And so yeah, I mean the Queen of Cups, like she has cycles, right? Like kind of sort of biologically. Yeah. I keep hearing that. That has to be my brother. Because my phone is louder than that. It has to be him. And I guess I am. I mean, this is the Queen of Cups in the Pride Tarot deck. So surprisingly, not surprisingly, but I'm not gonna get into it. People, what do they say? Assigned female at birth. And then that's why, like, she's got the serenity. So there's a give, and that's man's interesting relationship with time. When it comes to time as a means of trying to sync oneself with the flow of the universe, if we're talking about Celsius time, then this is the Queen of Cups serenity, the Wheel of Fortune that is going with the flow, appreciating the seasons as they are. And since you're appreciating, it's like when you get to appreciate and learn one thing as it is, like there are many ways to learn. But when it comes to a depth of knowledge and understanding, when you appreciate a season as it is, you're able to expound upon the things that make it unique and beautiful, and it gives you what you can do in that time. When you look at a season as a part of a cycle, then it's like your focus is more whole. And since your focus is more whole, and since it's not focused on this specific season, it's like there are a lot of beautiful things in this time. There are a lot of things that you can only do in this time that you're not focused on because you're not looking at this, you're looking at this. And sometimes when you're looking at this, you're looking at this and this and this. You're looking at all of the things that the specific season that you're in is not. And when you're looking at what it isn't, it's more difficult to find what it can be. Because a lot of times when a season presents itself to us, it shows us by nature of what it is, what it can be. But when we're looking at what it isn't, we miss what it's showing us that it can be. I feel like I'm talking in circles, but I'm talking about cycles. So, hey, but that's the Queen of Cups. She's the Celsius. No, yes, she's the Celsius. And the Fahrenheit cycle, because this is about serenity. Yes, okay, all right. This is about serenity. The Celsius cycle is more so, it's more universal. Man's relationship with time. Okay, I was like, what was I talking about? See, this is what I'm talking about. I get lost sometimes. My natal Mercury is retrograde in Pisces in the 12th house. I get lost sometimes exploring the corridors of my own mind, trying to find a point. So man's interesting relationship with time. Now, when it comes to Celsius time, I think that's us trying our best to sort of like manage ourselves within grander cycles. But when it comes to Fahrenheit time, that's more so us. Fahrenheit time is more constrictive, and it's us how time benefits us and what we can use our time to accomplish rather than it's like clocks as a means of accomplishment rather than clocks as a means of just, general observation. Oh, it's noon, the sun's out. Oh, it's midnight, the moon's out, instead of, oh, it's work time. And even when I'm at home, I should be focused on work or working on this or working on that or working on something else. And so this Five of Wands is Fahrenheit time. And so I think it's harder for us to find our moment of serenity when we need to be this Queen of Cups in Celsius time, where we're just kind of sort of going and flowing with what is. We're less focused on ourselves and less ingrained in ourselves. And when we are, we can reach this point again of appreciating seasons as they are, Celsius, rather than looking at like what's the better part of the cycle for doing this and what's the worst part of the cycle for doing that, Fahrenheit. And that's all about serenity. It's in there. I can't make it any more plain because I'm just gonna keep talking in cycles about cycles. Now here we come to Spirit, where we wrap this all up. And okay, I like this. We have this Ace of Cups when we're talking about Spirit. How appropriate, right? And then you see the dove. Is the dove rising or falling for you? Is it rising or falling? If the dove is rising, it speaks to ascension. If the dove is falling, it speaks to purification. Fun facts. So there's a little psychological whatever for you. When I look at this card, I just see the dove. I don't see it as rising or falling. It's just there. Like the dove is what it is. I don't know. I guess it's descending because it's like it's coming to the cup, and I'm assuming it's landing on the cup. So if it's landing on the cup, it had to be above the cup. I don't know. Anyway, so we have the Ace of Cups when it comes to Spirit, and that's the spiritual deprivation tank is the vibes that this Ace of Cups has been giving me in particular. And the spiritual deprivation tank is all about us separating ourselves enough. It's like us dissolving or being dissolved in this body of holy water, because this is the card of holy water. And I don't know why I'm saying it like that, but I am. And while we're in the spiritual deprivation tank, it's like we completely dissolve in it. And so there are things that are us that are light and dark and neither and both that we then can recognize and bring back together. And then there are things that are not of us, light and dark and neither and both, that are outside of us. And this Ace of Cups is all about us finding us, right? And this is coming with, oh, well, what's at the bottom? I feel like I need to pull more cards for what the reward is at the bottom of all this at the end. I love like running my hands or my fingers between the braids. I'm sorry. I just love touching my scalp because with age sometimes it's possessed. The Ace of Cups, this is a spiritual deprivation tank. And when it comes to the spiritual deprivation tank, it's important to appreciate seasons, because with different seasons and with the change in scenery and with different conditions comes a truer understanding of who we are. Because like I said, it's like, man is of nature, but man is not nature. And it is man's nature to reject nature, but it is because of this that man is an embodiment of it. Or man kind of sort of encapsulates the many different aspects of nature in his ability to create and destroy. and his ability to flow and to disharmonize and to be subject to sometimes wild and violent change, but a capability to also recover from it. And so when it comes to this element of spirit, when it comes to appreciating seasons instead of dreading parts of cycles more than others, comes an ability to learn more, and comes an ability to see the self in different aspects. Because again, we're not wishing that we were in a different part of the cycle. And I feel like when we're wishing that we're in a different part of the cycle, we're not allowing ourselves to be all of who we are in the season that we're in, right? It's like, how are we ever supposed to know? Like, bears just know. And people just know a lot of things too. But it's like, sometimes you got to go through a few winters to know that, hey, the rivers are frozen and the bees are gone. So if I'm going to want fish, I'm going to need to eat fish before the rivers freeze. And if I want honey, I'm going to need to have honey before all the bees freeze. Because when the temperatures drop, ain't going to be no fish or no honey. And hey, that's all I eat. So maybe I'll just sleep through the winter, right? Sometimes you got to go through a few seasons of winter to know. But if you go through a season of winter one time, it's like you can go through a season of winter. I'm probably going to have to hibernate. And if I'm not hibernating, there are some. Now it's cutting out. Okay. Am I back now? It just said that I was cutting out. So whatever gets lost at this point. Sorry. And so, just like the bear, it's like, you can go through winter one time. When you appreciate the season for what it is, you get to learn it. Now, if you go through winter just being like, oh, I hate that, like, I hate how cold it is, and like, where's the sun? Where's that? Like, I wish it was this, and I wish it was that, blah, blah, blah. It's terrible. Well, the next time you go through winter, you're going to be going through the same thing, where you can be learning the first time. You can be appreciating the cycle for what it is. It's like, okay, when it's wintertime, I need to do this and I need to be that. These are the resources I have available to me. And this is what I take for nourishment to grow me. And when comes spring and other things, it's like the same thing, but it's like, it repeats. Where was I going with that? Because this is spirit. This is the Ace of Cups. This is about us learning ourselves. This is about us giving ourselves permission to be different things at different times, to learn who we really are, right? Because it's nature. It's like, just like we call the Grand Canyon nature, and we call Antarctica nature, and we call every place in between nature, and we call the deserts nature. It's all nature. It's all Mother Nature. It's all within one body, but it's not all uniform. It's that same thing reflected within ourselves. And that's what spirit is trying to tell us, I guess, man. This is the element of spirit. It all springs from the same source. Oh, I'm starting to get lost towards. I feel like it's getting more and more abstract. And then here we have the Sun card. So I wasn't gonna say that this Ace of Cups could be the summer equinox, and it could be when Cancer season rolls in. But here it is. I mean, I already talked about it in the Chariot, kind of, sort of low key. But here's the Sun and this Ace of Cups. So it could be in the summer, by summertime. And maybe there's something that Spirit is preparing us for by the summer. And again, this may be me personally, but I'm like, so before summer rolls around, I want to know exactly what I'm doing. Anything that needs to be cleared up, clarified, healed, whatever, should be cleared up, clarified, and healed before summer. Because by summer, it's Chariot time. And we can do all of that internal Chariot work now. We can do all of that preparation now with that Knight of Pentacles, so that when this rolls out, we're ready to move, instead of like just getting started. Like, I would personally prefer to have the cycle, the season. Like, I appreciate the season that I'm in for what it is, but I also understand that, hey, it ain't gonna be. It's like we don't go from the middle of winter to the middle of summer. There's spring in between. And in the springtime, you get a little bit of both seasons. So can we spring into a little bit of something before we need to leap into that action? Sorry. This is all about spirit. So the sun card represents life and it represents vitality. Now the sun is always out, right? Now, depending on where you live, you may come to a period of time where you may not get no sun for like 20 something, 30 something, 40 something, maybe hours. But that's not the whole season, right? And so it's like even if the sun rises a little later or earlier in some season, and even if it sets a little later or earlier in other seasons, it's always there and it always has a part to play. That sun is always there. Growth and light and love is always possible, regardless of what season you're in. Now, it may look a little different, and the way you interact with it may be different because, again, like sunlight in the desert is different than sunlight in the rainforest because in the rainforest you get a little bit more rain. In the desert you get a lot a bit less rain. So, but the plants in the desert are accustomed to it. And if the plants in the rainforest did the things that the plants in the desert do, then they may drown because of the way that desert plants hold on to water. Maybe. Well, if the desert plants handled rain like the rainforest plants, they would definitely die because it's like it's like having a camel in the desert with no hump to store all of the like that's why camels thrive in the area that they're in because they have that internal wellspring of nourishment that they build within themselves that gets them through that. I mean, speaking of camels and hibernation and everything, um but yeah, like when it comes to spirit, and again, it's like we have this Eight of Wands and we have this Seeker over here, you know, and I'm just saying those cards because they're still over there. But with the Eight, like I've been feeling the Eight of Wands a lot of times as divine intervention, but now it's sort of coming in a means of understanding. And it's kind of sort of like we shift from divine intervention, where it's like we get a flash of insight, maybe an answer to something specific, and we lean into divine understanding, where this is like you can teach a man to catch a divine fish, and he will feed himself divinely for the rest of his life. Or you can go out and you can catch a few divine fish for him today, so he comes back and asks you for more divine fish tomorrow. And then not only is he coming back asking for more divine fish tomorrow, he's also bringing a whole village of people looking for a divine fish. And now you're spending your whole day catching fish for other people when you could have just taught them how to fish the first time, and then they could have taught somebody else how to fish. Like that's this divine understanding versus this divine intervention type of energy. And I feel like it's definitely time for us to begin to understand a few things because, I mean, shining dew into the high priestess, into the messenger, like, again, this is coming right under sunlight. I feel like in the bottom, the messages kind of sort of echo somewhat of the top because I did 3 and 3. And it's like with the sun card, like, I don't know, like that sunlight, and then here we have the whole gosh darn sun down here. What's this last card? Ooh, the Tower. Ooh. So we got the Ace of Cups, and then we have the Sun and the Tower when it comes to spirit. Excuse me. Towers are only scary when you hold on too much. Like, we live in the tower, but we also are the tower. And buildings built in areas that are prone to earthquakes are built to move when the earth moves, because if they don't move, they'll break, right? And so it's like the same thing. This is the element of spiritual fluidity. What was I talking about? I was like, Eight of Cups, that's like spiritual fluidity. That's the thing with Abraham and Isaac going up the mountain. There's this element of spiritual fluidity that comes in when we can appreciate the seasons as seasons instead of just looking at them as parts of cycles. Because like a season is a part of a cycle, but it is also a whole thing in its own right. And there's this with Gemini, North Node in Gemini, maybe I'm just trying to make something fit. Take it as it needs. But with North Node in Gemini, it's all about understanding both sides of that polarity, understanding both sides of the duality. Like a season is a part of the cycle, but it is also whole unto itself, just as this cycle is a part of a greater cycle in and of itself. You can always go up and down. And so it's about having this knowing, working understanding of both. And I was thinking about Virgo earlier today for some reason, because I was thinking about Virgo as the feminine side of Mercury, right? And so I was thinking about everything that Mercury does. It's the messenger of the gods, it's business, it's commerce, it's trade, good and bad. So like Virgo though is like all of the bookkeeping that Mercury has to do on the back end. So like a lot of times our experience with Gemini, a lot of times our experience with Mercury is Gemini, because that's the aspect of Mercury that we're interacting with. That's the masculine side of it, right? Even though Mercury is kind of sort of a anyway, I'm not getting into it. So a lot of our experience with Mercury is Gemini, but what we don't see is the Virgo on the back end. And the Virgo is like when Gemini goes back to balance its books, when Gemini is maintaining its sort of list of Gemini. Why do I keep saying Gemini? When Mercury is balancing its books, when Mercury is like going through its list of contacts, Mercury's like, okay, I got this, I need these resources, I can go to those people. And then these people have interests sort of relevant to this, and so I'll go to them. And then they both use this place as a supplier or distributor, so they're also in this some way. And then like that's all of the Virgo stuff on the back end that we don't necessarily see, but it's all of that stuff on the back end that keeps Gemini, the Gemini side of Mercury, functioning, right? It's like Mercury is the messenger of the gods. I feel like it's like there's an ability for him to know where to go whenever he needs to go there. And it's an ability for Mercury to be led, because it's like, when Mercury is kind of sort of like you like Hermes is so quick. Y'all see the boots? They got wings. Red Bull. And so it's like he doesn't have time to be like looking for this person and then looking for that person. He just knows where they are. And it's this internal knowing that he's been created with, because that's important for him to fulfill his function. It's important for him to fulfill his role. Therefore, he just kind of sort of knows where people are. And he doesn't like all of the sort of bookkeeping that Mercury does is like it's different and it's unseen. And so I don't know where this energy is taking me, but I'll just follow it. Because we're talking about spirit, right? Now, Mercury is a god, so he has the benefit of not being human and of maybe not necessarily doubting or questioning or wondering or being curious if it's actually right. He just kind of sort of goes along with it, right? But again, with this tower, it's like we need to be able to move when things are moving, because if we're stuck, if we're stagnant, we may break, right? And then if we break, we got to be reconstructed, and then got to send out the crew, and then all of this extra work with healing that we could have avoided by just doing the right thing the first time. We got to go back and do, and because we were so busy wishing that we were in a different part of the cycle, we neglected to. It's like winterizing, right? We neglected to winterize because we were just so gosh darn focused on how much we hate the winter. But it's like, if you really dislike the winter that much, you think you would prepare yourself to survive through it. But no, like now everything is falling apart because you're more focused on what isn't happening than what is happening, and you're missing out on opportunities to do things in the now in this season that can only be done now because it's seasonal. But not only that, like since you're not preparing for this season, you're kind of sort of putting yourself even further back, and now we got to do this and do that, and it's fine. But we could have been a lot further, but it's fine because journeys. What deck do I want to use for that? I use the SKT. Oh, I'll do the same. I just want to see what this treasure is. So, like, if any cards want to pop out to show what this treasure at the bottom of the whatever is, that would be cool. I'm gonna give this 2 shuffles and a cut, and then I'm gonna do that one thing. I'm just curious. But yeah, I guess that's basically it. I didn't know what I was gonna talk about. This is a whole lot of stuff I didn't even know I was gonna talk about. I mean, it's all interconnected, but it's all kind of sort of different. It's like, why put off until tomorrow what you can do today? Because you're just creating more stuff to do tomorrow. And if you didn't want to do it, there we go. Ooh, that's a lot. Ooh, well, the tower came back out, so confirmation. Ooh, this is a lot, though. The 4 of Cups Hollow Void came out with this tower card, followed by the Ace of Swords, the Empress, and the Archangel of Glory, King of Wands. This is interesting because the Daughter and the Father of Wands came out before. And so what's at the bottom of the deck? Oops. Bottom of the deck is the Knight of Swords, the Shining Winds. And we already got the Knight of Pentacles and the Knight of Cups on the table. On the table. On the table. So with the Hollow Void, this Hollow Void, I've never felt it this way before. But you see that moon on that person's third eye? This is the seeker who is being presented the answer by spirit, but is refusing to acknowledge it. And it's the hollow void. So the void being a space of creation, for it to be hollow is, I mean, nothing's coming out of there. It's like the creative juices in there dried up a long time ago. That creative well is empty. And so since the well is empty, here we come back to this tower. And this is all about spirit. Ooh. Oh, I feel like I don't necessarily like this. Depending on your relationship with your crew or whatever, this to me is kind of sort of a little tumultuous. I feel like spirit has presented us with 3 different options in the past that we didn't accept because we're still here. And now spirit is presenting us with this 4th option. And it's almost like this 4th option is our final opportunity to avoid this tower moment that is avoidable. Like towers are fine, but if you can avoid them and do something better, then choices, we all make them. And I was kind of sort of getting a little fussy energy, like, whew. Because let's say that we are along a certain path, or we signed up for a certain thing, or we asked for it. Let's say we asked for it with the seeker card. We made a request and we don't like how it's going to be dished out, but since we asked for it, we're going to get it. And it may come with some things that are very difficult. And there's almost this energy of like, if we don't do it, we may lose a few things to get us to come to the space of understanding. Now we can take advantage of this season as the season that we're in and get our learning and understanding. And then, subsequently come into this Empress energy and this King of Wands energy. Because I feel like the Empress, she's very powerful, but I feel like she doesn't necessarily, I don't want to say she doesn't do anything, but I feel like as the Empress, she is more of a recipient of things because she draws them to her. And that is one way to utilize a power, gift, or an ability, but it's almost sort of a power, gift, and ability in and of itself. Whereas this King of Wands energy coming right after her gives her an ability to use it. in a way that is more external. But it like the King of Wands in this deck is the Archangel of Glory. He's the angel of art and grace, angel of the arts and grace. And so there's still this element of there's a certain finesse that she has with it. And so it doesn't completely take her out of her space, but it gets her to direct things maybe in different directions, whereas she naturally attracts it to her. It's almost like a conductor's baton, right? Now, if this don't happen, then let's come over here, since I already got cards over there. I'm just like, I don't know, something will be taken. You may be taken regardless. It's like you're making tower moments worse than they have to be when you hold on to things that you don't need to hold on to. And again, like, then we have death and the Two of Pentacles. Something that you're tied to or bound to, you will lose. Oh, I don't like saying that like that, but hey, if it resonates, it resonates. If it doesn't, then it doesn't. Whatever this tower moment is, I feel like it's definitely avoidable. It may feel unavoidable in the moment, but if you do some self-reflecting, I feel like it would have been completely and totally avoidable. Because with the Knight of Pentacles here, the Chariot here, and the Six of Swords, that's movement, that even if it would have been slow movement, and then clarified especially by this Knight of Cups, or followed by this Knight of Cups and this High Priestess, like, High Priestess to me tells me that you know everything that you need to know. Archangel of Healing tells me that you've healed enough to move in a situation that you may not necessarily be moving right now. And ultimately, at the end of the day, once you know better, you're responsible for doing better. And so if you're not doing better, then you're basically asking for that tower moment. And I don't know. I feel like it's not my job to have to sympathize with people, especially when it comes to things that are avoidable. And I don't know. And especially, like, it hasn't been my path since I began. It hasn't been my path to continuously run away from things. And so it's a space that I guess I don't necessarily feel too much sympathy in, because I feel like for me, it hasn't been any easier than it has been for other people. I guess I just reached a point where I knew that, I mean, it was my path to reach the point that I reached. So I don't know. It's just like sometimes I don't really have any sympathy. Because it's like this is a situation that you brought upon yourself. So, I mean, it's like for me to have sympathy for you now would be for me to discredit the autonomy and sovereignty that you have over your own life. And when we make decisions in life, they come with consequences. And so, I mean, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. I don't know. But it's not my job to have, it's not my job to pity anybody. So, you know, I guess sympathy is something that I can get behind, but pity, like, nah. It's like you made these choices and you had, like, High Priestess is out, Archangel of Healing is out. Like, you've had ample opportunity. You got complacent, you know? Ooh, there's that Ace of Cups and the Six of Cups. I mean, like, I understand that it isn't easy. And I know I'm not perfect by any means, but at the same time, I know everything that I know that I should be doing. And if I haven't been doing it, then whose choice was it to not do it? That's mine, right? So why would I be upset? I made that choice. And I've always been that type of person. Like, if I go to a class and I haven't done the homework, it was my choice to not do the homework. I'm not going to be upset when I get a 0. I'm not going to be upset when I fail a class if I chose to never show up. Why would I be upset? I chose to not show up. And I was talking to one of my friends that we're not friends anymore. And like I procrastinate all the time. And so he made the assumption, because for some reason we were talking about the people in class who like remind teachers that an assignment was due or that there's supposed to be a quiz or a test. And he was like, man, I hate those people. And I was like, why? Like, and then, oh, here are the cards. Oh, 4 of Cups. 4 of Cups and the rest. Ooh, 10 of Cups is at the bottom of the deck, though. That's so beautiful. And then these cards fell on the floor, so they may be in reverse now. But he was like, man, I hate those people who like remind the teachers that an assignment is due or whatever. And I was like, why? It's not their fault that like an assignment is due. Like, I wouldn't be mad but he knows that I procrastinate. And so he assumed that I was talking just to be confrontational. And he's like, whatever, like, you're just saying that. He's like, you know that you would be upset if it happened. I was like, no, like, if I show up to a class and I didn't have my assignment done, I'm prepared to take that 0. Like, if I show up and I didn't do the work, I'm prepared to fail. Like, why would I not be? In my mind, it doesn't make sense for me to not do something and expect the results that I would have gotten if I had done it. And then the card that came out is the 3 of Swords in reverse. So we got the 4 of Swords right here. Oh, there's the Son of Cups. Okay, I didn't even see the Son of Cups. Here's the last Sun. We saw all of the other ones. Here's the Son of Cups. I wonder if the other 3 are still together. Son of Cups, 4 of Cups, and the 3 of Swords in reverse. Right? Like, this is the choice. We can continue with that darkness, or we can see the season for what it was, heal from it, grow from it, boom, move on. Or we can kind of sort of be reserved and be stuck in this cycle that honestly could have ended a long time ago. And again, it's like, I don't know. I have a Taurus moon. It's a 3rd decan Taurus moon. That's like a Capricorn influence. It's like I have a certain amount of understanding and patience, but after a certain point, it's like, okay, it's gone. Like, you've exhausted it. Like, my moon is in my 1st house. I care about myself. I care about other people too, but it's like, you can't make people do anything that they don't want to do. And when you make a choice to not show up, when you make a choice to not do the work, you also choose to not get the rewards. So it's like, why are you sad? Like, you should have known that this would happen when you chose to not do that. And so, I mean, this is my reminder to myself, hey, I don't want to be sad. So, let me do the things that I need to do. And again, it's like, I guess I don't know. That's one of the things that people do that I kind of sort of low-key still don't understand. Like, I understand the fact that, like, one, like, wishing that you would have gotten away with not doing something, but at the same time, I still don't understand being upset with somebody else, because if I didn't do my work, or if I finally did my work, you best believe I'm reminding the teacher I did my homework on time this time. You're going to collect this because I did it. You're collecting it, and I'm getting my grade, and I don't care who didn't show up or who didn't do it, because we all got assigned this assignment at the same time. And when you chose to not do it, you chose to take that 0. That's not my fault. That's a choice that you made. Ooh, 5 of Pentacles. If you chose to be left out on the outside when you could be on the inside, that's your choice. Ooh, then we have this Chariot card again. What's this Chariot talking about? Is this the Knight of Cups? The Chariot and the Knight of Cups both came out together again. And this 3rd card is the 2 of Wands. Last time the Chariot and the Knight of Cups came out with the 6 of Swords. Here we have this 2 of Wands, which is a space of indecision. Because it's more so a space of crossroads through conflict, through an inability to get on the same page. Bottom of the deck is the 9 of Cups. So we have the 10 of Cups in this deck, the 9 of Cups here, and then the Knight of Swords over there. I mean, I feel like the 9 of Cups is like, this is something that you wish for. This is something that you wanted. Like, you don't get to, like, there are no returns in life. You can't be like, yeah, so, like, I know I asked for this, but this is way more work than I expected. So, like, can I go back? And they're like, no, and no. First of all, you asked for it. Second of all, you signed up for it. Third of all, we kind of sort of need you to do this. And fourth of all, once you begin, once you know, you can't unknow. And once you know better, you're responsible for doing better. So if this tower falls, and sometimes it's like these tower moments happen, but they're not any worse than they would have been the first time. They only hit us harder because we know that we're responsible. We know where we messed up. And so there's this inability to shift the blame. I mean, you can always try to find somebody to shift the blame onto, but there's this inability to shift the blame. And because you can't shift the blame, you have to accept your part in it. And that's what makes it hit harder. that's when, like, man, I should have did more. If only I would have done that, or if only I would have did this. If I mean, I know it was difficult and it was hard and it hurt, but if I would have kept going, I would have, would have, should have, could have. But hey, you know, hindsight is 2020, and apparently a lot of things are 2020 this year, and a lot of them seemingly on the surface not great for a lot of people. Not what anyone expected. I mean, I was supposed to be on vacation right now, okay? My vacation plans are ruined. I'm really having a tough time over here. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. It's just, it's an interesting experience that I feel like I'm going through lately because I feel like my spiritual patience is running extremely thin. Um, Especially when it comes to the space of like us not doing things that we know we should be doing, right? And I feel like, the frustration that, like, I'd feel the same thing with myself, honestly, at the end of the day. And even now, it's like, and that was one of the early parts, like, that was my pre closing of that season phase, was like this frustration that I began to feel at how I was choosing to spend my time in the past. It was like I could have been a lot further on the things that I want to do for myself, and it's nobody's fault but my own because I made those choices the whole time. Like no one else forced me to choose this. No one else forced me to choose that. I made those decisions on my own based off of whatever priorities I had at the moment. And it would be, not only would it be wrong of me to try to shift the blame onto someone else. Ooh, justice and strength. Not only would it be wrong for me to try to shift the blame onto someone else when I consciously made these decisions, it would also be unproductive and it wouldn't serve me. So instead of dwelling on all of that, I was like, okay, well, let's close all of that out because it's not productive. It doesn't serve. Eight of Cups and that Son of Pentacles. You got to walk away and build something new because lingering on the past, it does nothing to get you to the future, right? And I feel like, again, it's like there's this very thin ice type of energy that is kind of sort of going on. Hey, there's that. So here's the Father of Wands again. Now you can see that bolt where his wand is like all of the color is outside of him right now. But hey, at least he's upright. So we got the Son of Cups, the Three of Pentacles, and the Father of Wands. I feel like this is all about marrying desire and it's a union between spiritual fulfillment and more physical desires, and spirit and physical fulfillment and spiritual desires on both sides. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know where all that just came from at the end all of a sudden. But it's like, I don't know, man. It's like, I don't know. Now I'm feeling all warm. I'm getting heated. I'm just like, oh. Because there are things that we know are distractors, but we continue to do whatever anyway. And it's like, okay, well, you're limiting your own growth right now. And I don't know. Okay. Let's go. Wheel of Fortune, the Mother of Cups, the Mother of Pentacles. I'll be mixing the suits up. The Six of Swords, the Ace of Swords, and the Son of Cups came out again. Wheel of Fortune, Mother of Pentacles, Six of Swords, Ace of Swords. So this speaks about cycles changing, entering a new cycle, entering a new season. This will be a season of love and care and compassion and abundance, but the focus with the Mother of Pentacles is less on the it's less on the stuff, and it's more on what you can do with that stuff to make someone else's life better. Or it's about, because this is the Capricorn energy instead of the Taurus energy, right? Taurus is more of the like, look at all of my beautiful things. I live such a nice life. And the Capricorn is like using that to build something. It's about creating an empire, a dynasty, a legacy, right? Rather than just making yourself comfortable. And then we have the Six of Swords and the Ace of Swords. So this is a 6A7, and it's almost like, this is an ability for us to steal ourselves away from some of the darker forces in life. I mean, like, the Wheel of Fortune is coming to close a cycle, but this is not a world card. The Wheel of Fortune is bringing us a new season, but this is something that we have to choose to step into. It's not going to happen for us. Like, it's not the world, right? And so it's like, you don't have to enter the season if you don't want to. Bottom of the deck is the Eight of Wands. Oops. Wait. Hold up. Hold up. What is this? Oh. Bottom of the deck is the Eight of Wands, which again can be divine intervention, but can also be more divine understanding. It's like we're elevating, or at least the way I'm feeling it is, it's elevating from a divine intervention type of energy to a divine understanding type of energy. And that understanding again comes through the nature of cycles, or seasons versus cycles. It's like both. It's seasons and cycles, but also seasons versus cycles. It's a complex understanding of both sides and knowing which viewpoint is beneficial. Because again, like I said, it's like sometimes we have to rebel against something, or sometimes we have to stand opposite something to begin to see it for what it is. Because when we have the same viewpoint, like if we stand side by side, I can't see you. And if I see you, like I can like look over with my eyes, or I can turn, but I get a fuller view of you when you stand facing me, just like the camera is facing me so you can see me, right? Sometimes we have to stand against things to see it. But when we stand against something, it doesn't always have to be in opposition. And that's another thing about nature and cycles. It's infinitely more complex than we know, but at the same time, simpler than we would imagine it to be. Sometimes people overcomplicate things. Justice at the bottom of the deck, and what's at the top? The Mother of Wands. See, so the son and the mother both have dark wands. And then the daughter and the father both have light wands. And she's protecting and guarding something. And then we have Justice here, which is two cats. Two cats. I'm going to put these back in the box. This was not at all. I mean, I'm not going to say that this wasn't what I expected, or this isn't what I thought it would be, because I didn't know what to expect, I think, honestly. I don't know. I feel like sometimes I get a little bit of like fire in me that's just like, it's like people make choices but then get frustrated with the outcomes. And I think it speaks to a bit of privilege, and it speaks to a bit of entitlement on many sides. But it's like you don't get to do whatever and then get whatever, right? You don't get to do nothing but then be rewarded as if you did everything. Like, and I feel like the time for that working is coming to an end. And that may be another way that the paradigm is beginning to shift and evolve and move and change in some ways. And that's one reason why it's important to not be complacent in the ways that we used to do things, because the ways that we do things moving forward may be subject to change. But yeah. Oops. Well, I guess those will be the cards that I take. Bottom of the deck is the Ten of Pentacles. The Ten of Pentacles was at the bottom of the deck before I started, right? Oh, are they upright or are they in reverse? They're all in reverse. No. No. Five of Swords in reverse. Ace of Cups in reverse. And the Hermit in reverse. Okay, I should have did that. Ace of Cups in reverse and the Hermit in reverse. With the Ten of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck, Ten of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck speaks to, at the very least, an undercurrent of that level. We just had the Mother of Pentacles. Interesting. So the the Ten of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck speaks to this undercurrent of abundance that we know is available that may not yet be tapped. But with the Five of Swords in reverse, Ace of Cups in reverse, and this Hermit in reverse, I mean, I feel like this is the energy of someone missing out on a cycle, missing out on a season of abundance, because when they got the call, like the Five of Swords comes after the Four of Swords. So you had your moment of peace, you had your moment of recovery, you had your moment of recuperation. But that time is over. The season has changed, and you can't continue, like, just because you act like it's summer or just because you act like it's winter doesn't mean that it is. And you can go out in the middle of winter acting like it's summer and get frostbitten if you want to. You can go out in the middle of the summer acting like it's winter and get heat stroke if you want to. Just because you act and dress like it's a season doesn't mean that it is. And with all of these in reverse, this is the energy of someone who could be completely missing out. And it's like the undercurrent is still there. Like the things that you feel are there, but they're not yet tapped and they're not yet promised or guaranteed. And with this Five of Swords, it's like there is more work to be done. There's a fight still left to be fought. But if you're not going to fight it, if you're going to let this Ace of Cups kind of sort of pass you by because you're stuck in this hermit mode, then it's like you didn't show up to the battle. So when you don't get this Ace of Cups or this Ten of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck, it's like, and we're at the space now where we know the role that we play in our own lives. And it's like, if we choose to hermit and sit out, then that's on us. Right? I feel like there's this, like, 'cause it's true that things that are meant for us will never pass us up. But it is also true that because of free will and because of choice, we can decide to not take the things that are for us. We can get like this with with that hollow void, Four of Cups. Like Spirit gave us 3 cups and we refused all 3 of them, and now here comes this 4th cup, and it's like, oh, if it's meant for me, it'll be there. And it's like, okay, well, this is your 4th and final opportunity. If you don't take it this time, it's going to be tower moments because you're not going to get it again, and it's going to be tower moments because you know that when you had the opportunity to take it, you didn't take it. It's like the story of that dude who drowned because he prayed for rescue and rescue came, but it didn't come in the way he thought it was gonna come. Like, I don't know what he was expecting to happen. But then he gets to heaven and he's like, dude, like what the F? Dude, like WTF. I was gonna say WTF and what the F at the same time. It was like, dude, like WTF, like I prayed, like where was my rescue? And the person at the gates is like, we sent you like 4 different means of rescue and you passed up every single one. And the water continued to rise. So, like, did you expect to not drown when you didn't take the exit that we gave you? Or like what? Like, what were you expecting? And then he's like, oh. And then the angel's like, yeah, oh. And then here we have this Archangel of Healing, and we have this Contender, 5 of Wands at the bottom of the deck. It's like you're fighting your own healing. And it's like I said, it's like true. Some things that are meant for us will never pass us by. But at the same time, Spirit isn't going to keep offering you the same thing over and over and over when you continue to refuse it. Like, you're going to reach a certain point where that season for you is going to be over. And then, I mean, you can make the best of the rest of your life. And, we all have regrets of things that we didn't do. Here's the Sun card, the Warrior, with the Page of Cups, the stronghold of the Grail at the bottom. I'm going to pull her message. Ace of Pentacles. Ace of Pentacles with the Sun card. Like, this is a rich and rewarding and fulfilling a whole new, like, literal life. But, I mean, if you're not going to take it, you're not going to take it. And don't be upset and mad at the people who get blessed when you had the same opportunities. But again, that's the human ego trap, where we think we get rewarded for non-action and mediocrity when that is not the case at all. And then instead of taking responsibility for the things that we didn't do, we choose to envy the people who did do things. And it's like, okay, well, you weren't envying that person when they were putting in all the work. Where was the envy when that person didn't have this and when they were working hard for it? But now that they have it, you want to envy them. It's like, I don't know. I don't know where all this is coming from. Maybe it's the moon in Leo. I'm always looking for something to blame, right? I mean, honestly, it's just me. And my near Capricorn moon. I'm a 27-degree Taurus moon. It's very late in the Capricorn decan. And it's like, I can be loving and caring and kind and compassionate and all of those Empress things. But at the same time, like, it's like, I don't know, like, what do we realistically expect when we don't do the things that we know will lead us to the points that we want to reach? I don't know. So I guess this is where I'm going to leave this. You know what? I want to lighten things up a little bit. And I wanted to pull these novelty cards anyway. And it's already been like 4 hours. So what's like 10 more minutes, right? Oh, was it almost midnight? Ooh, did I eat today? I mean, I know I ate today, but did I eat today? Is there a difference? Where are these cards? Oh, they're literally right here. I want to lighten things up a little bit because I don't want to leave it on such a heated note. I mean, it's not that I mind because nothing that I said was incorrect to my opinion or in my belief. But, once you know better, you're responsible for doing better. And that's like literally in the Bible. It's probably, I know it's in the Bible. Not that, like, the Bible necessarily holds any weight for everyone who watches this, but it's like, I mean, that's still in the Bible. But the story of Adam and Eve, like, once they ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, once you have the knowledge and awareness, you're responsible for what you do with it. And even if you don't have the knowledge and awareness, everyone is born with a conscience. Everyone is born with an internal guide. And even the folks who act like they don't have it or who act like it isn't there because they derive a sense of satisfaction out of doing the things that it tells them not to do or whatever. I mean, like, regardless, like, it's wrong, right? And there's an interesting thing that, like, there are things that we are taught of as wrong, and there are things that we know are wrong, right? Because it's like, if it wasn't wrong, why would you be hiding it? You know what I mean? And then you can talk about, societally, blah, 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 whatever, I guess. I don't know. I'm trying to get out of this, and you know what? No, screw it. I'm going to see what card is on the top of the deck, but... Oh, the lovers! The lovers at the top of the deck, but that's a succubus. So, I mean... And this dude just couldn't take it. Bottom of the deck is the Seven of Pentacles, Gremlins. Oof. Okay, well, we got Gremlins and then we got the lovers. So be careful who you sleep with, I guess. I mean, it is Venus retrograde, so be careful who you sleep with. Because you may think you've given the gremlin a little snack, but it may turn into a whole monster. And then it will be a monster of your own making, because once you know better, you're responsible for doing better. And the dude told that child, I think, I've barely seen the movie, maybe once. But he told them in the beginning, don't feed it after midnight, or don't do this and don't do that. And I mean, he turned around and did it anyway. And now we have this gremlin problem. It's like, well, what did you expect? Like, once you know better, you're responsible for doing better, right? And with that Lovers card, we're responsible for our choices because we make them. So it's like you can't be sovereign enough to decide to make these choices, but then when the repercussions and consequences come, all of a sudden decide that, oh no, it's like, no, it's a complete package. You don't pick and choose. Like, you know, it gets hard sometimes, but, we got to be brave and we got to be strong and we got to show up. Because if we don't show up, then it's like, I don't know. It's like, I guess I never thought about it that way. But it's like, I don't know, if we run away or hide every time things get difficult, then will we ever really reach the things that will give us the most satisfaction in life? And like, I would be one of the last people to say that I need to do the thing that's hardest to reach some kind of satisfaction. But I mean, I guess I'd be one of the first to say that, sometimes we have to do the thing that's uncomfortable to get to the point that we really want to get to. And sometimes that's the only way to get to the point that we really want to get to. And how bad do you want it? And I'm also a person who's big on principle. I have a lot of Saturn in my chart. It's like, my chart is so interesting though, because I feel like I can be very like Pisces and like understanding and kind, and like Taurus moon loving and like cuddly, but I also got like other influences in my chart that are like I have Uranus and Neptune in Capricorn, and then my Saturn is in Aquarius. So, my Neptune is in Capricorn. I mean, it's a generational planet, so there's a whole bunch of people with a Uranus and Neptune in Capricorn. Saturn is a little bit less generational. My Saturn is in Aquarius. My Venus is in conjunct, or my Venus is intercepted, so it's like hidden in the hidden house. It's it's intercepted in the 12th house in Aries, and it doesn't too much like being in Aries. And then my Mars is in Cancer. Anyway, it's like, I feel like I can play sort of like, I can be either very loving, or I can be a little bit, not like harsh, but it's like, like, you did this, what do you expect? Like, you made this choice, what do you expect? Like, I don't know, like, like, what did you expect? But again, it's, so I'm big on principle. That's what I'm saying. I'm big on principle. And there are times when something very little can happen and I'll get upset. And it's like, people will be like, why are you so upset? This is something that's so inconsequential. And I'm like, see, this may be inconsequential, but it's about the principle. And if I can't trust you with something this small, how am I supposed to be able to trust you with something larger? And it's like, I guess I was talking about cycles, but scales is also a thing. Maybe I'm projecting here. Hey, I got Libra in my chart. It's also intercepted, and it opposes my Venus. And they're both intercepted. And my Jupiter is in retrograde in Libra. So, hey. I feel like Jupiter retrograde in Libra for me, and this is one of the things I've been learning in the season that I'm in. I think for me, it means that like there's a lot of times I can sort of sacrifice my own fortune, good fortune, and success by either caring what other people think, or like I support other people a lot harder than I support myself, or I'm there for myself. And so it's like I give all my time and energy and effort to other people, and when it comes time to do something for me, I don't have it. But thankfully, self-love is something that I've also learned, and a lot of value and respect for who I am as a person. And at the same time, I feel like my Chiron has been healed in Leo. And so I feel like there are ways that I can talk about myself now that I would have thought as like, oh, like, I don't want to be like too egotistical, or I don't want to like seem like my head is too big or that I'm too full of myself. But now I'm at the point where it's like, you know what? I'm not going to continue to play small and not say anything either, because that does just as little, if not less. I'll say just as little. And I don't know, in this season, I've grown, and I've noticed myself grow and evolve and change so much. And it's like every experience in this season has been for a reason. And there have been so many opportunities for me to understandably enter this like woe is me type of sort of victim mentality. or I could have been like longing for a lot of the things that I don't have instead of appreciating the things that I do and looking for little things that, like, I don't know, like this artist released some new music. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I'm going to go to the store and buy some mushrooms so I can cook them later. It's just like little things. But there are so many things that I'm like starting to learn and value and appreciate about myself that I didn't have the capacity to in the past. But it's because of the things that happened and the way that they're happening. And it's because I'm in the situation that I'm in that I have the viewpoint and the understanding and appreciation for what I have now. And it's because of these situations that I'm able to see things in the light that I'm able to see them. Like I've said, I've been like observing more or a little bit more lately. And I feel like I'm like naturally an observer or I'm naturally observant, but I had gotten in the mode of like being a lot more active. And since I was being a lot more active, I was discovering and coming into a different side of myself and letting different things go that I needed to let go. And like there were things that I needed to learn in that season, just like there are things that I need to learn in this season. And I was preparing myself for this season and the last season, just in the way I was preparing myself for that season and seasons before. And I'm preparing myself for the season to come in this season. And it's this continual, it's like it's continuous. And to only look at seasons as part of cycles is to kind of sort of cheat ourselves out of some of the things that we can only get in the space that we're in. And it's for us to take the things that we learn in these spaces with us forward. Um, and even if we enter situations that we've been in the past, as long as we continue to take the things forward, it's different. And the space is different by virtue of us being different. And again, we're different because of what we go through, but also how we choose to go through it and what we decide to take along. And then at the same time, when we re enter those spaces, it's what we decide to leave behind, even if we thought we decided to take it along with us. But yeah, I guess I'm done rambling now. All the best with everything coming up. I feel like we are entering a period of, I feel like we're entering a period that could be very beautiful for a lot of people. But at the same time, I feel like we're going to be entering a period where a lot of people expected things that may or may not happen because there was this undertow of the Ten of Pentacles. There's this beneath the surface is this Ten of Pentacles and this Ten of Cups opportunity. But if we don't tap into it, it's not gonna just happen, right? It's like the unicorn that poked a hole into its cup. It's like the unicorn that poked a hole into a cup with its horn to turn a cup into a faucet. Like we have to tap it, right? It's not enough to just feel that it's coming. Like you still gotta do something to get it. Like you can tap into what is possible, use that to motivate you. Don't get complacent thinking that you're going to get it just because you feel it. Like that's not the case. You still got to do stuff. You still got to show up, right? If your work was done, if your work was over, you'd have it in some ways. In other ways, it is divine timing. But you know, I don't know. I mean, I still have a lot of optimism and a lot of hope for things. But at the same time, I don't know. It's interesting. I feel like there are a lot of people who want a lot of things right now, even on a more collective scale. But when it comes down to who will actually allow themselves to have those things, I don't know. And it is almost sad in a way, I guess. Tapping into the collective of potential realities and then tapping into the collective of resultant realities and the kind of sort of difference there. But it feels like there's so much for us to claim what it is that we're asking for. There is so much that is not known, so much unknown. And it's going to require so much of being solid in the self and entering that space of the unknown with the trust and with the bravery, but mostly with the trust. Because, like, I mean, there are situations that, honestly, there are situations a few weeks ago, like, there were things earlier in this season that I was afraid of. I was like, oh, like, I know I was asking for that, but if I actually got it, I'd be afraid. Oh, goodness. Like, I'd show up for it, but oh, golly, I don't know what I'd do with it. But now I'm like, I've gotten over that fear. And it's not to say that, I'm completely whatever, but I don't know. It's like it's like more trust. I trust more. I feel like my trust has been increasing and deepening even as things haven't necessarily moved to the same level on the outside. But it's not what's on the outside. It's not about what's on the outside. Because if you use your outside as a means to, if you use the outside external world as a means of measuring your progression or motivating your progression, you're going to be taking a much slower path. Because an inside to outside exchange rate is much, much, much slower than an outside to inside. I'm like, technicalities, everything's a technicality. But it's like, it's a lot slower because ultimately at the end of the day, everything on the inside still needs to be done. And so if you're waiting on something from the outside to begin to do it, to begin to do everything that you still need to do on the inside anyway, it's like you're waiting doubly as long for questionable results, because a lot of times some stuff on the outside doesn't change without it being changed on the inside. And then there's also this danger of, like, once things begin to change on the outside, then there's like complacency and you get comfortable and you stop growing. That's the thing about cycles, they never end, right? um all right, I think I'm actually done now. Is there anything else that I want to say, since I'm apparently just talking about everything right now? I guess not. So I'm gonna end this here. I don't know what I'm gonna title this. I mean, it's kind of, sort of about the eclipse season coming up. Loosely, I didn't want to do anything for the eclipse season because I just did a whole bunch of stuff for retrograde season. And I'm like, ooh, that's a lie. That was a lie. And it's not that I'm like energetically drained at all. I feel like from it, it's just like, I don't know. It's like there are other things. Like, I don't know. When I have a feeling to come live, I'll come live. Like, I didn't know what I was going to talk about today, but I kept getting this nudge. I was like, just go live. Just go live. You don't have to know what you're talking about. Just go live. And I was like, okay, sure, fine, whatever. And I was like, well, can I do this first? And they're like, nah, I'll go live first. I was like, okay, well, now I've been live for like 5 hours and the rest of my day is gone. But it's fine. And again, that's the space that I'm sort of coming into. I mean, that's a space that I've been in for a while. But for me personally, I'm like still coming out of the space of needing confirmation. And it's almost interesting that as I stopped seeking external validation for some things, I start getting hit with waves of external validation. And it's like, okay, well, when I stop looking for this, that's when it wants to make itself abundantly clear. But also, like, I'm very observant. I observe a lot of things. And there have been things that I've been experiencing even since January where I'm like, I'm listening to people, I'm observing things going on, and then I'm also using my own experience of things going on. And it's like, okay, so this is what's happening right now. And so this looks like this is what's going down on the back end, on the behind the scenes thing. And it's like, haha, you got it for you, at least for me. I get it for me. Here I go. I'm just rambling. I don't know what I'm going to title this. What was that? That was the Pride spread. So maybe I'll call it, I don't know. I'll figure out the title later. Some of these videos take forever to publish anyway, so it may not even be up until like this time tomorrow. But I don't necessarily fret about it too much. So I'll catch y'all later. I hope y'all do whatever y'all need to do to make happen whatever y'all want to happen. And if you don't do it, I hope you're not too upset when it doesn't happen, because ultimately at the end of the day, who's really responsible? Sometimes you got to make hard choices. Sometimes you got to do the hard work, but it pays off at the end of the day. And it's just like, you don't go to work one day and expect to get a paycheck every week or every other week for the rest of your life. Like, work is something that you have to continue to show up and do. So don't get complacent and expect to be set. Because if there's anything that we're coming into, probably now more so than ever, is a season of continuous work, because there's a lot to be done and rebuilt and reestablished and reimagined and reinvented. I mean, in some ways, I feel like a lot of the real work is just beginning, but a lot of the old work was to get us to this point. So good job. But keep up the good work. Don't stop now, and don't wait to do healing that you can do today. Because you're just like letting wounds fester, get like gross and infected and stuff. Like, clean the wounds now. I mean, honestly, live your own life. Live your life. Live your life. And if you want to come back, I'll see you next time, whenever that is.